She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar, entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been just, she's a part of the family.
The 2024 Board of Supervisors meeting to order. Clerk, can you please conduct roll call?
Supervisor McGordy?
Present.
Chair Mulhorn?
Here.
Supervisor Hashak?
Here.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Here.
Supervisor Williams?
Good morning.
Supervisor Williams is going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We're going to move on to agenda item number 2, public expression. As a reminder to the board and the public, the public expression portion of our agenda allows for the public to speak for 2 to 3 minutes on any item of interest as long as it is within the subject jurisdiction of the board. While members of the public are welcome to address the board, under the Brown Act, the board is prohibited from engaging in deliberation or taking action on items that are not on the agenda. If you would like to come forward and speak, please do so. And if you could state your name for the record, it's helpful to take comments in the room first and then go online.
Counsel, my name is Cameron Johnson. I'm here today to address the fact that we as a community are not seeing the repeated agenda item of public safety based on the Measure B monies and our mental health monies that are not being spent how we feel accordingly. The city, we've been to the city council meeting, they're turning the blame onto the county. The county can do what they wish with it, but based on the events of public safety for our children last week and what's happening, we would like to see more of those agenda items being discussed monthly of how we are going to spend these monies so that the public is not bearing the brunt of public safety. Right now, our kids are not safe right now downtown. Mental health is an issue, public safety is an issue, but we need to address it at a larger effort because kids aren't safe. And historically, we could go back to stories from our youth walking from Pomalita to the library, the things that were happening to young girls and young children my age at that time, they're still happening to the 6th graders these days. In all, we're not getting better. And so we would like to address the fact that these agenda items need to be listed: public safety, mental health, and the way the monies for Measure B are being spent.
Morning. My name is Menina Harris. I'm a resident and also a professional dog trainer, certified. And I'm bringing to the attention of the Board of Supervisors this morning an email that I sent to each of you yesterday, in which I outline a lot of the concerns that I'm hearing from both my clients and also from my neighbors about the lack of support for animals in our community. I think that there are a number of issues that we're having with animal control, but I think there are some broader issues perhaps with even how landlords are handling people having and keeping family pet animals. And so I'm requesting that this be an issue that the Board of Supervisors takes up. I'd like to see it as an agenda item in the near future so that you can hear from a broad spectrum of people in the community on these issues. And with it in mind that we can go forward perhaps with a task force or something that could start addressing these issues directly. Lives are at stake, and it would be really helpful and would help the community and animal control, I think, if we all put our heads together to try to solve these problems. And I have a copy of the letter, if that is something that.
We can hear your comments during Supervisor.
No, Chair, we can speak at this point. So,
Supervisor Jordy, we're not addressing the public during public expression so that we can continue the meeting. We have her email address and we can respond to her.
so that's not a rule that the board adopted. That's.
That is Rule 19 that the board adopted.
We have only agreed not to take action on public comment because it's not on the agenda, but it doesn't prohibit the board from responding.
The board has agreed that we would hear public expression, and then during supervisors' reports, we can hear comments and address any kind of issues that we'd like to bring forward. And certainly any board member can bring an agenda item forward if they'd like to have the board hear the full item.
Well, I'm elected by the people of the 4th District, and I'm going to speak. So I want to make sure that you know, and the members of the public knows, that the County of Mendocino spends $1.8 million a year on animal care services. That's separate from what we spend on animal control. We collect about $800,000 a year in fees from members of the public who pay for dog licenses, et cetera. So the rest of it comes from the county property taxes. I just want to make sure you knew that, and I personally would agree that this is an issue. We spend a tremendous amount of money on animal care. I'm not convinced it's as cost effective as it could be. I look to the good work of the Coast Humane Society, the Inland Humane Society, and I think those same dollars could be more effectively spent through outside partners than through county employees. So I think it's something that we should look into as a board and with the public.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. Mark Donegan, self-healing practitioner and educator, ordained minister, aka Goldilocks. Gratitude and appreciation. I'm surprised there's not more veterans here. Sorry for missing my last meeting, but I'm sort of not because it was really busy. Of course, I watched it. And gratitude and appreciation to the veterans that showed up. And again, I'm surprised they didn't show up again. Veterans are kind of that way, especially when we get old and disabled. But my God, you guys made a mistake. Your only way is to find a way out. That's an insult that will never be forgotten. It doesn't matter if you give us the house back or not. The damage is done. The veterans are never going to go into that place on Dora Street. So for my other public expression, a lot of talk about public safety, mental health, behavioral health. Again, surprised that people don't show up at the Behavioral Health Advisory Board meeting, which is going to be tomorrow. This meeting and that meeting could be my last one. I'm having surgery at the end of this month, finally. 3-year progress, it's finally gotten here. So this could be my last shot. So I want to make it really good. That Behavioral Health Advisory Board meeting is being held on Dora Street, and it's being held also in Fort Bragg at the Franklin Street Seaside Conference Room. More gratitude and appreciation to a couple of the people running for election. Madeline Klein, she did show up at a Behavioral Health Advisory Board meeting, and that was interesting. Hopefully she would show up with some more and say something at these meetings, which brings me to this board, and everybody knows agenda items. The VSO building should have been on an agenda item today. So I get to say that without getting into trouble. So that's another smack on you guys. So yeah, we're going to an election. We're getting some new people, a new board again. I really appreciate the 3 members that are staying. And I appreciate everything that the 2 members that are leaving that have done. It's not an easy job. And I definitely took my shots at you. So yeah, go home, retire. Don't take it personally. I take my shots at everybody. And they usually take them back at me, which I appreciate, because those things are helpful no matter how you take them. And I appreciate Supervisors Williams and Mulherron for putting up with me. And hopefully we get to keep Supervisor Williams. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Good morning, Carrie Shattuck. I'd just like to elaborate more on what Ms. Harris was referring to, that animal control is telling people to leave animals where they find them because the shelter's full, and also just trying to get animals scanned and get them returned to their owners has become an issue. People show up down at animal control and they're too busy or they're not scanning animals, and that's become an issue. So, there's not really a balance happening with our animal control there. And I'd also like to point out the Veterans Service Office. It doesn't even compare where they're put with their 10 by 10 room compared to the house that they had. And I think it's very disrespectful that that's happened to our veterans. Thank you.
Priscilla Tarver, I'm going to read something quickly because my constituents are at a convention, so I'm the one here today. So this is from our union representative. The new wage proposal will bring caregivers in Mendocino County to a $19.50 per hour. Caregivers will still be below the majority of workers in the county. If accepted, these increases will take at least about 2 months to implement. By that time, minimum wage for fast food restaurant workers will be $20 an hour in April. With these proposals, we are trying to improve the quality of lives of 1,750 caregivers and their families, which are the largest and or second largest workforce in the county. Also, this will be a great incentive to recruit more caregivers for the elderly and the disabled in our county. If wages are not kept up with inflation, the cost of living, we will see a reduction in applicants, something that is already a concern. Okay, you've heard this a million times. Let's see. So I don't know who's still playing on their computer, doesn't ever want to pay attention to what we say. You don't look us in the eye, all of you. But I do appreciate the ones that do pay us attention and anybody else that comes up here to speak. The other thing that I want to say is that in 2024, Mendocino had a 2.5 higher cost of living than the national average. The highest impact was in transportation, food, and housing. It was a 2.5 yes, higher in Mendocino County than last year, I'm sorry, and 38.4% higher than the national average. Okay, I'm not comparing counties, I'm only stating where I live. Okay, the other thing is this. You seem to be able to take your raises, but when someone else asks you for one, you make everybody struggle, grovel at your feet. It doesn't matter how many points we bring up to you, you make it difficult. I'm pretty sure if the public had a say in you taking your raises, you probably wouldn't have gotten them. But anyway, the other thing I wanted to say was, my husband is a city worker in Willits. I'm proud that the city of Willits workers take more than their actual job positions because I get calls from them. Indirectly, I have received information from about residents in that county, in that city where I live, about people needing help. I've gotten phone calls from the workers in that city, including my husband, who have said, hey, I came across somebody here. They're in a hole, they're in garbage up to the ceiling in their house and outside, and they're by themselves. And I was able to just at least tell them there's help out there. They don't even know, some of them don't even know they can get help, or they don't have the capacity to ask for help in some way or another. I've gotten clients like that. I've gotten clients from the police department.
Thank you for your comments.
And now I'm going to say,
No. Are there any other members of the audience in the room?
I'm not a caregiver, but I know they are valuable. I've needed a caregiver myself. I know a lot of vets that need caregivers. And I know that they have earned a spot at the negotiation table, and they should be negotiated with. Thank you.
Good morning, supervisors and county staff. My name's Tracy Vogel-Terriot. I'm a mother, a business, and a property owner, and a fifth-generation resident of Mendocino County. I grew up here. I have many, many stakes in the health and welfare of our county. I'm here today to talk about how the actions from county leadership that have created countless situations of crime, threat to our businesses and citizens, and that are endangering our youth. While many of the perpetrators are homeless, I want to be clear that I am not here speaking on the issue of homelessness. This is an issue of crime and criminal behavior. Hopefully, after last week's City of Ukiah Council meeting and follow-up news reporting, you are aware of the convicted sex offender, rapist, attempted kidnapper, Angel Miller, who made the choice to chase and threaten 3 young teens in the downtown corridor. Why is he still on our streets? Although last week happened within city boundaries, he is well known in the county, and not long ago he was arrested in Talmadge. Because our county and related service organizations set the bar of support so low, he is supported to be on our streets. And as he and others like him access services, have a general disrespect for our town, our citizens, and our law enforcement, the problem worsens and our children are more at risk. The industry of support for the unhoused is being taken advantage of by criminals and repeat offenders, and it isn't effectively serving the very deserving people in need of help or the citizens the system is now putting at risk. It's time for programs and funding to increase, not towards all of the efforts going like Measure B or the mental health services and plans you have in place, but to add line items for situational awareness trainings, self-defense, and related programs for our citizens and our youth who now take the brunt of dealing with the issues in these programs. It's time for more accountability, and it's time for better leadership from each and every one of you.
Question for the CEO. The board has been notified that the Director of Social Services has asked to go on medical leave until April. With no Director of Social Services, how can the board find out from the Department of Social Services what they're doing to change the lives of the people they serve rather than, I mean, what we're kind of hearing is enabling bad behavior and enabling a life of drug addiction and other conduct that is really not the purpose of the social services. It's really to help people change their lives.
During this, CEO Antle, during this, if I may, through the chair, during this interim period, you can work directly through me as the Director of Social Services reports to the CEO and or Steve Dunnicliffe. And if you're looking, we have met one-on-one with all the directors in that department, deputy directors in the social services. So we're happy to engage as needed.
Chair.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I'm not going to have back and forth. You've asked not to. But what would you like to see as the venue? I don't feel comfortable writing the agenda item for this one, but I think the people have a legitimate concern. I think the board should deliberate on it. Can it fit in with another agenda track?
Yeah, I'm happy to bring an agenda item forward, working with Dr. Miller as well as Megan Van Sant, the person that is appointed from social services to work with homeless. We actually had a report to the board last year, but I think that if we have a combined agenda item, you could bring more awareness as to what's happening. Also, members of the board and the public can engage in and watch the continuum of care meetings where many of these conversations are happening as well. So I will bring an agenda item forward, Supervisor Williams. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and members. Madeline Klein of Robo Valley. Like others, I'm here to comment on our community safety after an upsetting incident in our downtown last week involving a known offender and our youth. While I understand that often our hands are tied as the state is handing down legislation, creating conditions where folks are shuffled in and out of county jail, I'm still here because I want to ask what our Board of Supervisors is doing to support the sheriff, his deputies, and our community safety. Counties in the Bay Area are considering ordinances for enforcement mechanisms around housing that we should also explore. There are creative solutions out there happening in other jurisdictions that we need to be looking at. How are we tackling the drug crisis here in our county? The public does not see public safety prioritized. As a young woman born and raised in this community who also wants to have a family here, the idea that Mendocino County is a safe place to raise a family is under threat. And I ask you to seriously consider this item and show the community your seriousness in approaching the issue. Thank you.
Again, Priscilla Tarver, but I have to speak up for this public safety thing because it came to my attention. It used to be that pedophiles and people of that nature had restrictions on where they could live and how far away from schools they could be. And I just found out, because my grandkids live in Elk Grove, that those laws have changed. They can be wherever they want now. And there is no 200-yard restriction or whatever it used to be. And that being said, and the thing what she just said about the state and the county, I have to wonder what can our county do on its own to protect its own people? That doesn't have anything to do with the state. It has to do with the fact that you represent your population. Because I was very upset to find out where my kids are living, my grandkids, there are 3 pedophiles that we know of. And when I spoke to the detective in Elk Grove, she told me that she could only tell me about the ones that I already know about, but that there were quite a few more in that apartment complex. And all I could think of was, there they are. taking pictures of kids that are through their windows. And so one of the residents there printed out the pictures of the 3 pedophiles that we did know about and passed it out to the rest of the residents in the apartment complex. And all the kids have been warned, and none of the kids go out without an adult supervision. So then to have this happen in our county, I don't understand why we can't monitor them. And I know that we have, what do you call it, shortages of staff here and there. But you have to think about, what are you doing to protect your people? All your kids might be grown, but think about the population whose kids are still here that are unprotected. And it doesn't take much. Thank you.
I'd like to turn now to online comments. First, we'll go to Dennis Miller, then Don Hess, and then a phone number ending in 1403.
Dennis Miller, you are still muted.
Okay, we'll move on to Don Hess and then come back to Mr. Miller.
Okay, Chair Mulheron, members of the board, CEO Antel, County Counsel Curtis, and staff, good morning. This is Don Hess from Gualala. Quite frankly, it was disappointing to learn last week that Mendocino County's application for federal funding of its EV charging infrastructure proposal was denied. Myself and others, of course, were strong advocates, encouraging the county to make the effort to apply for several $1 million of funding as part of the charging and fueling infrastructure program offered by the Federal Highway Administration. I have no doubt that significant staff time went into preparing the application, and I suspect that there is also a feeling of disappointment on their part. I think most of us understand that there is a crying need for expanded EV charging infrastructure in our county, especially in areas where this infrastructure is entirely lacking, like Gualala, or is completely inadequate for future needs. State and federal policy initiatives and goals make it clear, in order to limit the damage that we and future generations will suffer from climate change, we must phase out the use of fossil fuels by making the transition to cleaner transportation alternatives. Today, I would just like to inform you that I have formally requested a copy of the application along with any supporting documents that the county provided to the federal government to apply for this grant money. This request was made via the county's public documents request portal. And I know that others have also requested these documents. My goal here is not to find fault, but to learn from this experience so that when the next opportunity arises, and I am confident that there will be new opportunities, we can then perhaps suggest ways in which the county could have a higher chance of success, given the very competitive nature of these grant programs. So in the end, we can't let a disappointment like this discourage the county from trying again to get the financial help we absolutely need to expand public EV charging infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go back to Mr. Dennis Miller.
Hi.
We can hear you.
Okay. Oh, good. My name is Dennis Miller. I'm a resident of Fort Bragg. I'm a fifth generation California, but a short time stint here in Fort Bragg. And the reason why I've called in is because of the consequences that our city is going to face because of the lawsuit that's been filed by the auditor, controller, and the assistant that was brought on by the Mendocino County District Attorney and then outsourced to a legal firm out of San Francisco. And what I'd like to say is that of all the years that I spent in industrial relations, I couldn't believe the actions that the Board of Supervisors took in terms of positively reinforcing the district attorney's actions and the removal of a duly elected official. It's beyond belief that none of the supervisors questioned that recommendation by the outside counsel. Having said that, shame on all of you, and particularly our supervisor from Fort Bragg, Mr. Jurdy. Shame on you. Having said all of that, what I want to talk about is because, and everybody to a person that I've listened to and watched on my computer have all talked about the lack of resources, i.e. funding. And my point is that because of the actions taken by the Board of Supervisors and the district attorney, the money that's going to be spent on overtime, researching and doing an analysis of the actions of both of those parties is going to come out of the budget. And that budget is going to affect the city of Fort Bragg, which is, by the way, the second largest city in the county of Mendocino, that gets the least amount of money back from the county, and which will have the consequences on our budget and the services that our wonderful mayor, Bernie Norvell, and the police chief here have instituted in terms of taking care of the homeless. We don't have that issue downtown when the weather's inclement. The police department goes out and picks them up. They don't throw them in jail. They find them temporary housing, and there's 2 psychologists that talk with the homeless people, and if they want to go home, they find a way to get them home with the support services in place for when that homeless person goes back to wherever they came from. And I just want to say that that's the real life result of a terrible decision that the Board of Supervisors has taken. Shame on you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Caller ending in 1403.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
All right. I want to say good morning to the supervisors and to county staff. I know you work very hard, and it's appreciated. And the monies are short, and the needs are obviously very huge from what people are saying today. My name is Marcy Snyder. I'm a Mendocino County resident and a representative or a member of Grassroots Institute. And I'm calling today with a twofold comment about the climate emergency. First of all, I want to thank the staff and the supervisors, general services, and particularly for the request for proposals to spend the remaining $2 million to address that you set aside 2 or 3 years ago to address the climate emergency. We look forward to hearing the proposals that are coming in. I understand the deadline was extended, but we look very forward to hearing about what's happening there. And then my second comment is in light of the climate emergency, and there's also other very valid concerns about expansion of fossil fuel projects within Mendocino County. We request that these projects be denied and that they be replaced with renewable energy projects. We don't need more gas stations. We have plenty of gas stations. What we need, there's more electric vehicles all the time. I have one. I know one of the board members, at least one, has an all-electric vehicle. We definitely need more charging stations. We need more solar, particularly on buildings. We just need to look at renewable energy in a realistic way. And so on that, once again, I'm going to reiterate that move away, definitely deny fossil fuel projects. So I want to thank you once again for all you do. You have a very, very difficult job. I hear the safety concerns of the residents. I'm a resident. I want everybody to be safe, and So anyway, thanks once again for all you do. I hope you have a very productive day.
Thank you. We'll move on to caller ending in 3875.
Yeah, Good morning, Chair Mulhern and supervisors. My name is Bernie Norvell, and I'm here speaking to you today as the mayor of the city of Fort Bragg. I come to you with both a concern and a request. My topic today is on SB 43 and the board's decision to exercise the extension afforded to them to 2026. To refresh your memories and for the benefit of the public.
Mayor Norvell, it's a little difficult to hear you. I apologize for interrupting, but would you mind?
Better?
That is better, thank you.
Yep. To refresh your memories and for the benefit of the public, SB 43 expands the definition of gravely disabled for purposes of involuntary detaining an individual or establishing a conservatorship under the Lantern-Petrus Short Act as a condition in which a person, as a result of a mental health or substance use disorder, is at substantial risk of serious harm or is currently experiencing serious harm, as defined to their physical or mental health, and creates an exception to the rule against hearsay and allows an expert witness to rely on out-of-court statements of medical professionals as defined, who treated the person with the subject of the conservatorship petition. Now, I do understand why Mendocino followed suit with many other counties extending until 2026. I truly do. There are lots of parts of this mandate making the county responsible for the LPS Act. My concern is the county will wait until 2026 in hopes of a new extension, or that we will wait until then to get started. Hopefully, we can all agree that SB 43 is a necessity and a positive step for getting some of our people off the streets and on to a better path. My request is that we start now and collaborate with the cities to see how we can partner in the process. The city of Fort Bragg has a vested interest in this, and it will help our community immensely. So much so, in fact, that we had several people we were ready to submit. I've asked the state to provide us with a representative that can help with the blueprint to implement their bill. So again, please discuss your plan publicly, and together let's set the example and not be the example. Lastly, I speak to you as a taxpaying member of Mendocino County, and I ask all of you to ask yourselves one question, and that is, haven't the veterans gone through enough? Let's take a step back and look at this. Let's get it on the agenda, and please give the veterans another shot. Thank you so very much.
Supervisor Williams.
Chair, how would you like to agendize? I couldn't quite hear all of that, but I think what the mayor was getting at is this board in December approved a resolution asking for a delay in implementation of SB 43. My sense is the county and the city support SB 43. We want to see it implemented, but we didn't have the resources to do it in time. The agenda item would be a clear roadmap working with the cities, with probation, our behavioral health director, on some actionable steps to get us there. Where would you like to see this on the agenda?
Any supervisor can bring that agenda item forward. I think that the Behavioral Health Advisory Board, which already deals with Lantern-Petrus Short receiverships, is probably a very good starting point to be able to bring something forward to the board. So I will bring that up at the meeting tomorrow and hopefully get something agendized soon.
Thank you.
I am not seeing any additional callers online. Are there any additional comments in the room for public expression? Seeing no one come forward, I'm going to close public expression and move on to the consent calendar. Clerk, has proper notice been established?
Proper notice has been established.
Are there any members of the board that wish to pull an item for separate consideration? Supervisor Hashak.
Yes, I'd like to pull item 3G.
Okay. Any other members of the board?
3G as well.
Okay, so let's go ahead and have a brief discussion on item 3G. Supervisor Hashak?
Yes, there's been some comments from the public about 3G, which is the investment policy, and specifically on Roman numeral number 11, social and environmental concerns. There's been requests to input fossil fuels in the last sentence of social and environmental concerns, so it would read, investments are discouraged in entities that receive a significant portion of their revenues from fossil fuels, the manufacture of tobacco products, firearms, or weapons not used in our national defense. I was just reading an article from the University of California Center in Sacramento, which deals with state policy, and this one was about insurance and the issues with insurance that we have throughout our county and the state. And their statement, their concluding statement was, the most important and critically needed solution to make sure insurers can continue to offer insurance in the long run is to phase out fossil fuels and to reduce greenhouse gas emissions to net zero in all sectors of the economy. California needs to continue to lead the nation in phasing out fossil fuels and reducing emissions. You know, with a statement like that coming from the University of California, it just shows that investing in fossil fuels is not a very sound fiscal policy. So I'd like to have that submitted and added to the social and environmental concerns.
I second Supervisor Hascheck's motion.
Thank you for that. I would look towards the acting treasurer, controller, tax collector, auditor, or the CEO to verify if that's something that should be added now or if this agenda item should come back.
Yeah, good morning, Board of Supervisors, CEO Antle, Assistant County Counsel Scott, Sarah Pierce, Acting Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector. On the line with me is also Carlos from Chandler Asset Management. If the desire of the board is to include fossil fuels as a discouraged item, I would like to defer the item to a future date so I can work with Chandler Asset Management and County Counsel to understand the unintended consequences. I would also like to get clarification if the board's desire is to only discourage investing in entities that receive a significant portion of revenues from fossil fuels, or is the desire to discourage investing in entities that rely on fossil fuels. For example, we invest in corporations which do rely on fossil fuels. If the desire of the board is to discourage investing in entities that rely on the fossil fuels, this could impact our ability to invest in corporate medium-term notes. So the treasurer, along with Chandler Asset Management, needs time to analyze and to ensure that all understand the impacts of our investment changes.
Supervisor Williams.
My intent would be to discourage investment in oil companies, not all of the derivative products. I mean, every dollar this county spends is probably in some way buying a derivative of oil. And, you know, that's just a ridiculous notion that we're going to cut that all out overnight. But I think the concern is as the state transitions, it may not be a sound investment to be investing directly in oil and oil production.
Okay, I'm going to go to Supervisor Jardy and then Supervisor McGordy.
Yeah, just for clarification, so Sarah, these funds in the county investment pool, which are actually principally owned by the school districts, they're not invested in stocks, right? They're invested maybe in corporate bonds and government treasuries, government bonds, but they're not invested in common stock, right?
I'm going to be defer to Carlos from Chandler Asset Manager to answer the specific questions.
Good morning. Good morning, supervisors. This is Carlos Oblites from Chandler Asset Management. I'm a senior portfolio strategist with the investment team, and I represent our firm in our relationship in the investment program. To answer the question, California Government Code limits local governments like the county to investments in debt securities. So those debt securities are limited to high credit quality investments, high credit quality, short duration, 5 years or less generally, and that would include corporate bonds. It does not include any equity stock type of investments. All of it are fixed income debt securities. They're bonds.
Yeah. So just to follow up to that, I'm not as familiar with bond investing in corporate bonds, but I would say that there's a index fund by Vanguard. It's ticker ESGV, and it's only existed since September of 2018, but it has actually slightly outperformed the S&P 500 and the total U.S. stock market, and it basically does what's being discussed here, which is basically screened out, in addition to the to the other entities, it also screens out oil companies out of the mix. So I would but point out it's not necessarily a bad investment to screen out oil companies from the otherwise the total U.S. stock market.
Supervisor McGordy.
I'm just curious of how much of our investments would this affect?
That would be a question for
Carlos.
Carlos. And I think actually that this is something that we need to bring back to have a better understanding. So if the board is interested in having the item come back with more information, I would just be looking towards a motion.
I think there was a motion, and I was the second on the motion. I'd rather try that first, and if there's unintended consequences, bring it back. I don't think there will be. Can we ask through the chair if Carlos has concerns about unanticipated consequences?
Carlos, if you don't mind, with a direction that was previously given, are you concerned about unintended consequences and would like to bring back more information?
I would like to bring back more information. However, I can tell you that if on the face of it, if the intent is just to simply exclude oil producers, there are two names that come to the top. They are AA rated. They're good diversifiers and provide competitive yield. Those two names would be removed. But you have a sizable investment portfolio. We would simply replace those names with other types of investments that are allowed by code. So on the face of it, I don't think it's going to be a problem. I'd like to have some time to quantify it a little better, but I don't anticipate it being a problem.
So, Chair, I'd like to continue and call for the question.
Okay. We haven't had public comment yet, so I do want to make sure that we have public comment on the entire consent calendar. Supervisor Hashek, did you need to comment before public comment?
No.
Okay. So at this time, I would like to open up public comment for the entire consent calendar, please.
I'm here to comment on 3G. Good morning, supervisors and county staff. My name is Eileen Mitro, and I'm with Climate Action Mendocino. If we're considering discouraging investments in entities that receive revenue from tobacco, firearms, or weapons that kill people, what about fossil fuels that are causing disasters on a daily basis because of their impact on our planet's atmosphere? I agree with you, Supervisor Williams. There is no way we're all going to stop using fossil fuels, so I think that consideration should be off the table, but I really appreciate this board and your stance on climate. And I would like to see fossil fuels added to that list of entities that we will discourage investing in. Thank you.
I would like to go now to online, and I'm calling on the caller ending in 8120.
Hello, good morning. Can I be heard?
We can hear you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I'm Susan Tibbin, lovingly and legally. You know, as it stands now, there are many aspects of our cannabis program, which although we're all working hard on, it makes no long-term sense, morally, fiscally, for the health of our community. I mean, why punish people financially who have hung on for over 7 years and done everything right? So, you know, this sort of short-sighted whack-a-mole approach to developing this program has pushed out hundreds of
Point of order, Chair.
Susan, I'm sorry, we're on the consent calendar.
I thought it was the calendar generally, and if I'm speaking out of turn, I apologize.
That's okay. We'd be happy to hear you when the cannabis item is discussed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Clerk, do you have the motion so that we can call a vote for item 3G?
I would like a clear restatement of the motion, please.
Supervisor Hashek?
Yes, the clear restatement of the motion is that we will insert fossil fuels into social and environmental concerns, right? So the statement, the last sentence of that section, Roman numeral number 11, would read, investments are discouraged in entities that receive a significant portion of their revenues from fossil fuels, comma, the manufacturer of tobacco products, firearms, or weapons not used in our national.
Supervisor Williams, as the second, do you agree?
Yes.
Okay, roll call, please.
Chair Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor McCourty?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Now, for the balance of the consent calendar, is there a motion for approval?
Move approval.
Second.
I have a first and a second. If we could have roll call, please.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor McCourty?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. We'll move on to item 4A, discussion and possible action, including acceptance of informational reports from the Assessor, Clerk, Recorder, Registrar of Voters, Acting Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector, District Attorney, Sheriff, or various other county department heads or designees. And welcome, Ms. Bartlemy.
Good morning. Katrina Bartlemy, Assessor, County Clerk, Recorder. I wanted to update you on what's been going on in our office. On January 16th, we completed 300 more additional appraisals and sent out supplemental notices. The preliminary numbers, not prorated, is approximately $45 million in assessed value. Now that the holidays are over, we're going to begin recruiting for 2 more appraisers and an additional real property appraiser tech. So the CEO's office is helping us kind of rearrange our office to allow for 3 more positions. So that's good. And another caveat to that is we now have 2 experienced appraisers working on the South Coast from Mendocino down to get those appraisals all caught up and everything into that area. So we look forward to having these additional appraisers so they can go out throughout the county. We are now considered a polling place, which means candidates cannot wear any campaign buttons or attire or have campaign signs within 100 feet of our doors, front and back. By law, we began mailing our military and overseas ballots out on January 5th. We've sent out 303 military and overseas ballots, and we're already getting them back in. Our regular ballot order and our sample ballot orders are at the vendors, waiting to be printed and mailed out. Our sample ballots will begin to be sent to the voters by the end of this week, and ballots will be mailed on February 2nd. If the public hasn't received their ballots within about 10 days, please call our office for a replacement ballot and to verify and make sure that the information that we have for you is correct. Any questions?
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, I have a question. So I think we all recognize this county has a revenue problem, right? Because our revenue is growing like this, and our cost of doing business is like this. And that gap over time means less and less service. To fix it, I recognize it needs to be a collaborative effort between the elected department and the Board of Supervisors. Our part being fund the resources that you need to get the job done. Not having a progress bar, it's really hard for me to get a sense, are we addressing the problem? Are we on track, and when will we get there? Does anybody have a thought about how to develop that progress bar to say, you know, we're a quarter of the way, we're on track? Today, when the public asks me, I have no idea whether we're 5% or 50%.
Well, I know there's no way through Abatement, that, you know, we're still trudging through that. I can talk to Tony Rakes and we can see, I know that IT has been very helpful with us. Judy Maloney has been instrumental in just getting us these numbers. So maybe that's something that we can work on and see how we can do.
What about, so, you know, metrics, numbers aside, what about just gut feeling? Are we on track in the short term to be caught up, or?
I think we're catching up. I don't know if we're on track. I know that everyone in our department is pedal to the metal and getting this done, but whether or not we're on track because we were so far behind, I don't know.
And just to clarify, nobody in that office created this problem. You didn't create the problem. Your office inherited
Correct.
legacy and it's really hard to catch up. Do you need more resources from the board? Right, that's really the question for us. We don't want to find out 2 years from now that we didn't get caught up because we underfunded. We need to know, what do we need to throw at this problem to finally get it addressed?
That's a good question. I know from experience that the board, all of you have been very receptive to anything I need. The CEO's office, the budget team, everything. If we need something, they're on top of it. So as we learn we need something, then, you know, I bring it up. That's about the only thing that I can do and that I'm comfortable doing right now.
Thanks for the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other elected officials in the room that wish to present? Morning, Sheriff Kendall.
Good morning, Chair Mulhern and members of the board, Darcy. Just a few things. Yesterday, I was able to promote or actually appoint my Under-Sheriff, John Magnan, who you met in the previous meeting. I also promoted Lieutenant Quincy Cromer to the position of Field Services Commander. He's a captain for us now. We've graduated a few people from the police academy. We swore in a new corrections officer yesterday, and our numbers are beginning to come up. I appreciate that. You've heard a lot of chat in here this morning regarding some of the issues that have occurred recently with public safety, with some sex registrants and some things like that going on. But one of the things that we need to do is we need to understand that legislation in the state of California began tearing out some of these registrants and things that I absolutely did not agree with. But I think as a whole, we're going to have to start putting our heads together and saying, the question is not, what are we doing for these offenders? But the question will remain, what are we doing for the victims? What are we doing for crime prevention? And some of the directions that the state of California has gone, I understand it, because I do believe that we do a better job in county jail than what they were doing in state prison, with the reduction of recidivism and providing opportunities through some of the things that we're doing. But we have walked away from some of the victims and some of the potential victims to come. And over the next couple of years, as the chickens come home to roost on these problems, we're going to have to make our voices heard. And so, you know, we've got some hills to climb, and we'll continue on those. But it's going to take a group effort, and it's going to take everybody in the county standing up with our elected officials, especially at the state level. So, and, you know, I was just a little fellow when a lot of the soldiers were coming home from Vietnam. I think I was 6 or 7 years old when the airlift happened. And I remember speaking with a lot of my father's firemen who returned. Those folks were blamed for things, for decisions that the government had made when they were just doing their jobs. Now, we see people becoming upset with law enforcement and various other things, but they aren't following that trail back to the legislation that's causing these issues. Anyway.
Thank you for that, Sheriff. I think I do have a couple questions for you, but just for the board and for the sheriff, the General Government Committee will be taking up the legislative platform tomorrow, and I think that there's an opportunity to, like you said, put our heads together and try to figure out how we include public safety and local response into our legislative platform so that we have a stronger document when we're lobbying at the state. Supervisor McGordy, did you have a question or comment?
Just a comment. So the implication by some of the speakers this morning was that the board doesn't support you, which I don't think is true. And I just would like some feedback from you as to how you see your relationship with us. And, you know, we all recognize that we've got a financial problem with our county at the moment, but give us some feedback for how you think our relationship is going.
I think our relationship with the board is good. But folks are looking at things not globally. They're looking at things thinking that somehow you are responsible for some things that are going on that actually, I just kind of hit on this, are occurring at a state level. We're seeing a mass exodus of police officers from the state of California. We're seeing early retirements. We're seeing things like that. It's created a vacuum in law enforcement, and that vacuum in law enforcement is statewide, if not nationwide. There are some states that are doing better than us, some states that are doing worse. But the issue is that it has created a bidding war and a more expensive police force than what we have ever seen anywhere. And that is some of the backlash of the anti-police sentiment. That is some of the backlash of the legislation coming out of Sacramento. And some of these problems are being thrown at your feet as if you had something to do with it, when the fact of the matter is, you folks did not. But we have to remember that, and we've got to draw a bright line to where these problems are occurring. And the other issue is, we've got very good people on both sides of the fence who are not meeting in the middle right now. And we've got to start meeting in the middle. Both sides have got to be heard.
Yeah, well, thank you for that. I also thank people who came this morning, because I received emails from people who are upset about public safety issues, and I said it's really important to have your voice heard. Come to public expression, both the city council and at the county, and let us know. So, Sheriff, from your perspective, how do we address a problem like this? Maybe this is for another time, but if you could just quickly tell us what you think is an effective way to deal with the public safety threat that people are feeling right now.
Back to basics. It has to be back to basics. When I was a young man starting in law enforcement, just a few years ago, about 3.5 decades ago, we did not have these problems because there was personal responsibility. There were these things that came into play where when we went before the magistrate and the judge basically said, you will take responsibility for your actions, as opposed to responsibility will always be there. If a person does not take responsibility for their actions, who does that responsibility fall to? It doesn't go away. It falls on the victims and it falls on the state. And when we get back to a point where we provide education and opportunity, we will see less problems come up. However, we still have to come at the problems and say that people will take responsibility for their own actions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming forward, Sheriff. I'd like to look towards Sarah Pierce, the acting auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector. Do you have any updates for us today?
Sure, good morning. I have just one quick update for the auditor's office. The auditor's office has engaged Abatement in what we're calling a re-optimization project. The project's going to focus on the auditor's functions within Abatement to ensure that it's set up properly and identify processes which can be optimized to be more efficient and effective. So the scope's going to include training, configuration, and documentation, and then any system level bottlenecks or critical defects will be escalated to be addressed. So we just kicked that project off last week and look forward to having more one-on-one support with Abatement.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I would, speaking to the employees that work in the auditor's office, I would like them to know that the board is behind them. What I hear from Antle and Pierce is it's a real team effort, that they've all stepped up, they have ideas, and nobody in that office created the legacy of problems that we're trying to address today. We couldn't do it without them, and in the chaos and all the hard questions that come up, I think it's inevitable that some of the employees feel like they're taking the burden, and I want to be clear that that's not the board's perspective. It's certainly not my perspective. They are appreciated.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, that's it.
Okay. And I do not have any other department heads listed. CEO Antle, did you have any other? Okay. So with that, is there any public comment?
Good morning, Carrie Shattuck. Regarding the assessor's presentation of $45 million in assessed value, how much does that equate down to actual revenue for the county? It's really misleading when she throws out a number like that, but it doesn't give us an actual revenue number, because a lot of assessments made, that doesn't go to the 1% of actual property tax revenue. And no offense to Ms. Bartlemay, but in her office, if she doesn't know how to fix some of these things, then who does? It's an ongoing problem with our assessing, and we're not getting real numbers. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a new item that the board has brought on this year, and it is frankly really important, and also perhaps a little bit clumsy. So I think that as we move through how we handle the public comment, It would, of course, be directed through the chair, and I think that, you know, I'm happy to work with our elected officials. If we need to bring an agenda item forward, if we need to have a written report, I'm happy to continue to work on that. Are there any more public comments in the room? Seeing none and seeing,
Well,
and
Chair,
not seeing any online, I'll go back to the board. So Supervisor Jardy?
Yeah, so in past discussions, I've tried to quiz the assessor, but I think I can clarify that. So if there's $45 million in new assessed value because buildings were added to the rolls, you know, the property was already there. The county, the ad valorem, the 1% property tax, you'd take 1% of that 45 million and you would get $450,000. The county gets keeps 30% of that. So it'd be about $135,000 in new county revenues. By my math, if there's $45 million in new assessed valuations added through buildings being added to the rolls.
Supervisor Williams?
So the rate that we're adding and increasing the revenue is below the rate of inflation. In real terms, the county has less to work with every year. And that's been one of the surprises for me being on this board. I guess I'm a little bit envious. I look at the urban counties and they have increased revenue and they're talking about how should they spend that increase. Imagine being on a board where you have less money every year. You're going to make people unhappy because you're making cuts, right? And so that's the problem that I think this board should try to tackle. And obviously I've been struggling. I think we've all been struggling at what is the discussion? The discussion can't be that we're broke. It needs to be that we have some solutions, some ideas how to get there. And I think that that process has begun, but it's not moving at a rate where any of us will be around when the county finally has revenue matching inflation on the cost of operations. I'd sure like to see us get there sooner.
Thank you for that. We are going to move on to item number 5A, discussion and possible action including approval of retroactive agreement with Rennie Public Law Group in the amount of $210,000 to provide interim county counsel services effective January 8th, 2024 through June 30th, 2024. Pursuant to section 27641.1 of the Government Code, waive the residency requirement contained in section 24001 of the Government Code, and appointment of James R. Ross as interim county counsel in accordance with the term of the agreement. CEO.
Chair, if I may make a couple of comments. When a county counsel or similar department head leaves service, it is common to engage in an interim for the service during a transition period. In this case, utilizing a recent retired county counsel who is not seeking to fill the position of county counsel, this will provide the board time to recruit and select the next county counsel. Mr. Ross joins us with over 30 years of county counsel office experience, most of that the last 19 years as a deputy county counsel and an assistant county counsel, and recently retired county counsel from Shasta County. So I'd like to ask the board to move the recommended motion and accept this position for Mr. Ross.
Move the recommended action.
I have a motion and a second. I'm going to go to board comments and then open it up for public comment. Is there Hashak and then Supervisor Jardy?
Yeah, in reading the contract, it says that this is for 1,600 hours per year. And since this is 6 months worth, I figure that that's 800 hours, which works out to about 133 hours per month. I was wondering what happens if that's not enough? You know, it's like 3/4 time or so. And so do you think that we'll be able to do all the county council duties with that amount of service?
I believe so. We had strong discussions with the current county council office, as well as Mr. Ross and his group, to ensure that we would have the support to carry us through. And I believe that we have a good, strong team currently, and it's just during this interim period that we need a little assistance.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Jardy?
Yeah, just thinking, I know that Mr. Ross met with all the supervisors individually and department heads individually, and I just since he's in the room, just thought, does he want to come up and say a few things about himself?
So with that, we'll open it up to public expression, first in the room and then online.
Good morning, board members, CEO, members of staff. I just want to thank you for the opportunity to provide interim county council services for Mendocino County. I'll echo that the staff that I've met with and all the people I've met with seem very, very good at their jobs, and I think you've got a good team, and I feel fortunate to be able to work with them.
Thank you for that. And is there any additional public comment in the room? Seeing no one come forward and seeing no hands raised online, can we have a roll? Oh, thank you. Dennis Miller?
I just want to support the county's hiring of the previous speaker. I have a friend that's a supervisor in Shasta County, and he comes highly recommended. So I think he'll be a great asset to the county. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, there are no additional comments online, so if we could have a roll call.
Supervisor Hashak? Yes. Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Chair Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor McCourty?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. We are going to move on to item 4B, discussion and possible action including acceptance of presentation from Clifton Larson Allen LLP regarding fiscal year 21-22 annual comprehensive financial report. I believe that they are online.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, CEO Antle, Assistant County Counsel Scott, Sarah Pierce, Acting Auditor Controller, Treasurer Tax Collector. I believe Jeff Peak from CLA may be online, if you can let him in. But before we start, I just want to, before I turn this over to Jeff, I would like to just take a moment to request that this discussion that we have focus on recommendations and how we move forward as a county instead of how we got here. While it is important to understand our past and learn from it, when we focus on what went wrong, it only demoralizes staff and the county as a whole, which deters creative thinking and productivity. So I'd just also like to take a minute to thank the staff and their hard work and dedication that's being put in to implement the recommendations. And do we have Jeff on? That's probably him, yes.
We're bringing him into the meeting now.
Jeff, are you on?
Yes, I am on. I was just getting myself set up here real quick. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me on this morning. I'm here today to just present the fiscal year 22 financial statements. I'm going to go through just a couple of the reports that I have. The first being the independent auditor's report. And then I'll go through the governance communication as well as an internal control report that we've issued to the county. You all should have received the independent auditor's report over the ACFR for the county. And just a couple of comments in relation to that. So on page 29 of that report is really everything from 29 to 32. That's our report over the financial statements. And what I'll say first of all is through this process, what we do is we go through a risk assessment process, and then we also do an understanding of internal controls and take a look at various things during the planning process to ensure that we're performing audit procedures that allow us to provide an opinion over the financial statements, that they are presented fairly in all material respects. And what does that mean? That just means that we believe that the financial statements can be relied upon to make financial decisions for the county, and they wouldn't be misleading. That does not mean that they're perfect. It just means that that they're fairly stated. And so the opinion that's on page 29 effectively states that we've provided an unmodified opinion over the financial statements. And so that means that you should be able to rely on these financial statements to make those financial decisions. A couple of additional items I do want to point out, because there's an emphasis of matter paragraph here, and there's two different items under that emphasis of matter. The first one is the prior period adjustment, and that's disclosed in note 8 to the financial statements. And so there were various errors, and we'll talk about those a little bit within the governance communication as well as the internal control report that caused us to have to restate the prior year financial statements. And then the second emphasis of matter has to do with the change in accounting principles, because in fiscal year 22, there was the implementation related to GASB 87 leases, which was a change in the way that governmental entities have to report lease agreements. And what that required is for agreements that met all the criteria of GASB 87, the county is required to record for lessor type agreements a lease receivable as well as deferred inflows related to the inflow of revenue over the course of that lease. And then for lessee type agreements, they're required to report a right to use asset as well as a corresponding liability. There wasn't a significant change in relation to the activities related to this. The main reason for doing this was to be able to get those additional liabilities recorded onto government's financial statements. The rest of the report here through page 31 and 32 is pretty standard language. There's nothing that I really feel like I need to cover as a result of our report. I'd like to move on to the governance communication first. And the governance communication is really our required communication to governance at the county. Most of the language that's in here is just required language under the audit standards, but I'll go through a few highlights within this report. Again, under the accounting policy section, we do discuss the implementation of the new lease standard there again. In the accounting estimates, we just highlight some of the estimates that the county has to make within their financial statements. In those estimates, we review certain information related to how those estimates are made, but there's always a chance that if new additional information came to light, that those estimates could change in the future. In regards to difficulties encountered performing the audit, we did mention that the audit was originally delayed because there was financial information that wasn't prepared timely by the county, and so it delayed our ability to be able to complete the audit work. In the uncorrected misstatements section, we list out 5 different items there that are misstatements that are included within the financials that were not corrected by management. I'm not going to go through each of these, but these are items that were determined to be immaterial to the financial statements as a whole. And so management elected not to record those entries to make corrections for those items. On the next page, we start getting into the corrected misstatements. And this is going to couple very closely with the information that's included in the findings in the internal control report. And at a high level, I'm not going to go through in detail on each of these, but as you can see, there were quite a few things that came up through the audit process. A lot related to accounts payable and receivable adjustments, and so those are the year-end accruals. There was also an adjustment that was required related to the unemployment insurance, capitalization of capital assets, and depreciation adjustments. And then, of course, the GASB 87 leases, there were some adjustments that were related to those. Related to GASB 84, which is actually implemented in the prior year, there were adjustments in the current year that were related to the implementation of that standard. And that standard was the fiduciary activity standard that required certain things to come back from being in fiduciary accounts and presented in the fiduciary funds on the financials to being presented within some of the governmental funds. There was also some additional cash and revenue adjustments, as well as an adjustment related to private purpose trust funds for some funds that were previously unreported that had to be pulled into the private purpose trust funds this year. You'll notice that on this page as well, we have an emphasis of matter. This just talks about the restatement that was included in our report, as well as the change in accounting principles. And then there is one item on the next page that I did want to talk about real quickly, because this would be something that you might not have seen before under other audit findings or issues. So you'll notice in this section that we talk about things that were identified to be significant risks. And it says management override of controls is considered to be a fraud risk. And what I'd like to mention in relation to this isn't really a unique item. This is something that exists everywhere. Management override of controls is considered to be a fraud risk in every entity. The reason why it's reported in this letter is because the auditing standards changed a few years ago and required us to report anything that was a significant or fraud risk, or communicate anything that we identify as a significant or fraud risk to governance. And there's two different ways that those can be communicated. One can be in the statement of work. And in this case, we normally would have included this in the statement of work because it's a known risk. However, it wasn't included in that letter, so we just opted to include it in this governance communication. So just to reiterate, it's something that exists everywhere. There are some issues potentially related to management override of control. However, the fact that that's in this letter really doesn't have anything to do with any of the other issues that might have come up related to the audit. Most of the rest of the information in this letter is pretty standard, just kind of boilerplate type language that we're required to communicate with governance. So I'm going to move on then to the internal control letter.
Well, we're on this letter. It seems like an appropriate time to ask questions about the letter you're currently on.
Sure.
I'll start first with Supervisor Jurdy and then go to Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, so first of all, big picture, I appreciate getting this presentation. This is the first time, I believe, in the 11, 12 years I've been on the board that we've had from the auditor's office, the outside auditor coming in to present this report. So appreciate that transparency and disclosure. So can you just kind of put in maybe simpler English what is meant by private purpose trust funds? So again, I think you were reading maybe from page 4, where it says that private purpose cash was understated by essentially 1.4 million, contributions to private purpose trust understated by 3.9, and distributions from private purpose understated by 2.5. So what would be examples of the private trusts, private purpose trusts, and what would these distributions be made for?
Sure. So the main reason for this was because the county has an accounting administrator, public administrator, and the public guardian, and these items were known. However, what occurred was the items under GASB 84, that the standard that I was bringing up related to fiduciary accounting, required that the county reassess and bring in all of those fiduciary items. And in the prior year, those items were not brought into the financial statements. And so in the current year, related to the public administrator, public guardian, those funds had to be brought into private purpose trust funds. So those private purpose trust funds are, for public administrator, public guardian specifically, are funds that are held in trust and by the county that are for those individuals and their specific needs, entrusted to either the public administrator or public guardian. So does that answer your question?
Well, maybe county staff could just be a little more specific. What does that really mean?
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Sarah Pierce, Acting Auditor, Controller, Treasurer, Tax Collector. These are county funds that, as Jeff noted, are the public administrator, public guardian that are administered by social services. In addition, it is also the funds from the Behavioral Health Conservatorship Program that Dr. Miller administers.
Okay, and for clarification, are these county general fund dollars?
No.
Are these state dollars, Medi-Cal dollars?
These are public administrator dollars. They are not general fund. So if someone goes into a conservatorship program, it's the funds that we receive from those programs.
Okay, thanks. And then on page 3, I'm just going with the bigger numbers here. An adjustment to reverse the negative revenues and receivables recorded in the current year of $4.2 million, resulting from a duplicative journal entry recording the reversal of hazard mitigation and grant funding in the disaster recovery fund. So can you just sort of clarify, there was a duplicative journal entry of, sounds like a 4.2 million that I believe is being corrected, but what does that mean to that fund? Does that fund have 4.2 million less than county staff believed there was because the entry was entered twice?
If I may, through the chair, yes, in I believe it was 2021, a entry for 4.2 million was booked in period 13 for unavailable or unearned revenue. I apologize, I'm not sure which one, but it was not, it was recorded twice, and it was brought up to the intention, and then it was fixed in fiscal year 21-22.
Okay, so the bottom line is there's 4.2 million less in that fund than was shown, but it's been corrected.
Correct.
Okay.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, this process is a real win. I want to thank everyone for it. 2 questions. One, have or will all of the findings in this report be addressed?
If I may, through the chair, yes, I have a plan that I would like to outline as we go through each of the findings, which I believe Jeff is going to move on to.
I'm skipping ahead.
Okay.
And then 2, given that it took so long for us to get here, and we have another year to consider now, year ending June 30th, 2023, will these findings likely be present in that year as well, or will we be able to correct now that we've seen 2022?
If I may, through the chair, the intention is that these will be corrected and will not be repeat findings. Staff is working diligently to try to close 22-23 and have a financial statement by April 30th. There's a lot of work that needs to be done, and with the help of our GS, we are working through that process, but the intention will be that these will not be repeat findings.
Amazing.
Thank you. Seeing no additional questions, if you could please continue with your presentation.
Absolutely. And so the final report that I am going through today is the internal control report. And this is going to go back and talk a little bit more about the internal controls deficiencies that sort of led to the misstatements that were found within the financials and the corrections that were made as a result of that. And so the internal control report gives some general information about what the various types of deficiencies could be, because there can be just a control deficiency, but then depending on the nature and quantitative nature of the finding, can become significant or material, a material weakness. And generally speaking, a material weakness is something that either has led or is likely to lead to a material misstatement within the financials. And so those would be of the most significant. A significant deficiency is maybe something that we don't believe there's really an imminent danger of causing a material misstatement. However, it's something significant enough that we feel like is important for governance to be aware of so that those can be addressed. And this report really just goes through the items that were identified during our audit. There still could be other deficiencies that were either not identified through our audit procedures or that were not significant enough to rise to the level of being reported here. But the ones that we have, we issued findings that we consider to be material weaknesses in internal control, 2022, 001, 02, and 03. And so I'll go through those findings now, starting on page 3. Again, I will kind of keep this high level from my overall comments. And then if you'd like to ask any additional questions, I'm happy to dig into that a little bit more. So 2201, financial close and audit adjustments. The condition here is really that during the financial close and reporting process, the county didn't properly identify all of the necessary closing entries. So whether that might be accounts payable and receivable accruals or expense, accruals, or some of the other things, adjustments related to the various new standards like 87 and 84. And there were other misclassifications related to revenue. So there were a lot of things that we considered to be something that should have been identified during that financial close and audit adjustment process to be able to properly report the financial statements under generally accepted accounting principles. And so we go through, and a lot of these are this should be pretty much the same as what you were viewing in the other governance communication in regards to the adjustments that were recorded. But then they're included here so that you can see, related to this financial close and audit adjustments issue, these are the types of misstatements that were discovered. And so, if you have any questions about those, again, I think we just talked about a few, so perhaps there's not. But our recommendation is really that the county should include additional procedures during that financial close and reporting process to be able to review revenues and expenditures for a period subsequent to year end, to make sure that those are accurately reported in the financials. Additional training across the departments on how to identify those types of revenues and expense accruals should be conducted, because a lot of this is really information that's coming from the departments. And so at the department level, if they're providing information to the auditor controller's office and that information is not sufficient, that's where a lot of times these errors occur. So that's why the training at the departments is such a critical component to being able to produce the financial statements in a fairly stated way.
And if, Jeff, if I may,
go ahead.
Real fast, if I may, through the chair, I would just like to kind of go over some of the recommendations and our response and kind of plan. So some of the items that we will be implementing to address these concerns are the auditor's office will be attending different GFOA trainings to further our education and understanding of the GASB standards. The auditor's office will also be reviewing revenue and expenditures at year end and the subsequent periods to ensure that we're capturing all the revenue and expenses accurately and timely. We would also like to implement a training schedule where we can help educate staff in departments on different accounting practices. I'm not sure that's something that's been offered in the past. We would also, starting in fiscal year 22-23, we're planning on entering all adjusting entries into Munis. This will increase efficiencies and help reduce items that are manually tracked. We will also be balancing out the opening balances to ensure that the ending balances from prior year are transferred correctly. And then the one more thing that we will be doing is the auditor's office will also be reaching out to the executive office and IT to see about the feasibility to have staff attach copies of receipts and deposits in Munis. We do this for the journal entries, but we don't do this for the receipts, and it will help in our processes. So those are just some of the items that we will be implementing to help address finding number 1.
Thank you. Supervisor Jurdy has a question.
Yeah, so on finding number 1, on the training, and I think this is a really good step. I would just ask that the CEO's office and IT work with the auditor's office to do a time-stamped YouTube recording of the training. There's always a lot of turnover in various departments, and someone come in 6 months later after the training and not know how to do this. So I think it'd be important that the training be recorded and be accessible for replaying on YouTube or any other medium.
Thank you, Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, that was an excellent list, and the two that really stick out for me the most is entering everything in Munis. Essentially, we'll have one set of books. The other is the training. Are we aware of any employees who want training beyond what we provide? And I'm asking as far as the board providing resources. I think it's one of the best things we can do, invest in our people. Hopefully they stay. There's career development within the county, but for society, it's a win, even if they eventually move on. I'd like to see us provide a much higher level of support for educational opportunities than we have. What's your take on, do you have the resources you need, or does the board need to revisit how to budget that and whether there's any grants available?
If I may, through the chair, I believe right now we have the resources. As we look through mid-year for the auditor's office specifically, we will be looking at what trainings are available. We have already attended some of the GFOA financial trainings, and those do have a cost. They're not free. So we will be reviewing it during mid-year.
Supervisor McGordy?
Sarah, I'm curious, how many people total do we have inside of our system whose job responsibilities are financial accountability and accounting?
If I may, through the chair, there are 9 individuals, excluding myself, that are in the auditor's office. I am not fully aware of how many within each of the departments. Each department, I believe, has a form of a fiscal team, but I would defer to CEO Antle.
If I may, through the chair, that's correct. Each of the departments, with the exception of some of the smaller departments, do have a fiscal, budgetary, payroll type person that would work. As you know, the fiscal team has been doing budget trainings, but this will be nice to have the additional higher level of training for those fiscal folks. Some of it comes around our single audit, which you'll probably hear about are we doing that one today?
Not today, but I would like Jeff to talk about it at the end.
Okay, so there's some other higher level training that we need to perform as the county for getting federal grants. And Sarah has an idea how we can go about that training as well. So we really look forward to moving these trainings forward. One of our leadership training actually begins tomorrow. So we're really excited after this time during COVID. We really haven't had the resources or the bandwidth to be able to do more trainings, but the training team and everybody stepping up to do that through HR and the auditor's office as well as fiscal.
So we have at least one person for every department is involved in some sort of financial analyst position?
Basically, yes. Yes.
Mm-hmm. So it's actually quite a few people.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, if you look at social services, there's more than one, right? Behavioral health and public health as well. Those are larger units, but there's usually one lead and then some other folks that are there.
Well, I support the idea of continuing education because this has to be complicated. And the fact that we're starting to utilize Momentum more effectively, I'm hoping that this will also, move on down through the system so that we find that we're utilizing the capacity of our software.
We're working with both our vendors, the Abatement for the property tax system, as well as Munis Tyler for the enterprise system, and they are engaged in at the table.
Thank you. Supervisor Hashak.
Well, with all the adjustments that are mentioned, and some are overstatements, some are understatements, what is the net for the general fund? Was there a big difference that was carried over?
I will have to defer to Jeff. Otherwise, I will have to go back and look at the exact, get back to you on that.
I don't have specific numbers right in front of me in terms of what was there. It really would only be anything that was a prior period adjustment would be a restatement from the prior year. And so if you're looking in the ACFR report, you can review that note that actually explains a little bit more about what the prior year changes were. Anything else was just something that was discovered through our audit process where originally numbers were presented to us for audit, and when we performed our procedures, we determined that an audit adjustment was necessary to present the balance fairly. So a lot of the adjustments that are noted throughout here were just adjustments that occurred through the current year. So you wouldn't necessarily notice a big swing from year to year in terms of what was presented related to those adjustments.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any additional questions from the board, so I'd like to open it up to public comment.
Did
you have additional?
This is just finding one. There's 3 more findings.
Okay.
So I'm going to have Jeff continue. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So finding 2202. So cash accounts and reconciliation. So during the audit, it was determined that there were 14 bank accounts that were not previously included in cash and reconciled on a regular basis. And I know that definitely is quite a number of accounts. I will note that when we looked into this, the amounts that were not included previously were not material to the financial statements. So this particular issue did not cause a prior period adjustment. This wasn't something where we had to go back and restate prior years as a result of this. However, the significance of not having these accounts included is worth note because it could lead to to a material misstatement. And so that's why this is included as a material weakness and internal control related to financial reporting. And so we make some recommendations related to the policies regarding opening new accounts and providing training across the departments on those policies, as well as county treasury maintaining and completing those reconciliations on a regular basis, rather than maybe once a year. And I'll go ahead and allow Sarah to provide the responses.
Sure, if I may through the chair. So the Treasury and the Auditor Controller's Office are now maintaining a full list of bank accounts and tracking the reconciliations. We've tracked the reconciliations prior, but it wasn't the all-inclusive list of the accounts. The other thing that we are doing is we're reviewing signatory authority on all accounts to ensure that there's no unknown changes. We're also utilizing, we will begin to utilize Munis to reconcile the bank accounts starting in July of 2024 is the goal. Currently, we only reconcile a portion through Munis. The rest is manual.
Thank you. Go to supervisor questions on finding number 2. First with Supervisor Hashak and then Supervisor Jurdy.
Yeah, so if I'm understanding this correctly, and according to my conversation yesterday with Ms. Pierce, so there's 14 of these accounts. One account is for the conservatorship, and that's 1.394 million.
If I may through the chair, yes, one of the 14 bank accounts was the behavioral health conservatorship account that was opened during 21-22. Previously, that funding was part of the public administrator, public guardian accounts, but when behavioral health split off, they created their own account to start tracking their funds. So the 1.3 million is not specifically behavioral health. It is a portion of it. This goes back to what Jeff was speaking about earlier, where the private purpose trust funds were not previously recorded, and as part of GASB 84, we're moving them into the financial statement to be recorded. So only a portion of the 1.3 is related to one of the missing bank accounts or unreported bank accounts.
Okay, and then the other 13 accounts that weren't accounted for added up to 104,000.
Correct.
Okay, so each one of those accounts was less than $10,000, more or less, on the average.
On the average, there are some that were larger, but yes, on the average, you could say that.
And is it like each department had an account?
So these accounts relate to departmental bank accounts. For instance, environmental health, I'll use them as an example. They have an account, so when they collect fees from off-site locations, they can deposit the funds instead of transporting, cash potentially. There's some the public or planning and building has one. So yes, they're departmental bank accounts that had legitimate activity. It's just they were not previously reported.
So now we're going to have a list of all of those accounts.
Correct.
And people trained, and everyone knows what's going on with those accounts.
Correct. And we are actually making changes to the signatory authority on some of these accounts. We've removed department heads from the bank account signatory authority, and only the auditor's office is the one that can sign the check. So we're rolling out a new process to work with departments on how to transfer those funds into our treasury.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Supervisor Jurdy and then Supervisor Williams.
So my question had to do with the controls on these funds. Going to something very simplistic, years ago, an outside auditor had recommended the City of Fort Bragg Finance Department with 5 staff people that there always be 2 present when people were paying their water bills, because they were paying their water bills. And that was a relatively small amount of cash compared to what the county as a whole manages. So I guess I'm kind of curious, what are the protocols in place, or what could be put in place for best practices to make sure that, multiple people have to sign off on checks?
If I may, through the chair, currently our practice is that it only had been one individual that signed off on the check, and it currently still is, but it's only with the auditor's office, myself and the assistant auditor controller, Megan Hunter. are the only two that have signatory authority on a majority of these accounts. We're still working through a few of them. It's a process to get these transferred over. But at the same time, we're also looking at our cash policy, cash handling policy, which has not been updated in over 10 years. So that's another item we're looking at trying to update, and we'll be rolling that out hopefully in the next few months.
Yeah, because an example I gave, it had to do with the receipt of cash, not the writing of a check. And in that case, it was all limited to one room that the public was coming into. I'm just kind of curious, would there be a reason for a county employee to receive cash from a member of the public out on the field?
No, these are no, I do not believe so. I would have to turn to the departments to specifically know the answer to that. But these are departments that have offsite locations such as Willits or Fort Bragg, where there is not a treasury that they can go and deposit money to. So we've set up accounts at local banks so they're not transporting cash.
Okay, and then finally, so in Fort Bragg and Willits, in the office, there are county employees who are accepting cash. In some cases, we don't have a policy about you have to write a check or use a debit card or something where there's backup material.
We do, but it's 10 years outdated, and so we're in the process of reviewing that.
Okay, I mean, I think there's a reason why corporate America has gone to electronic payments and pretty much done away with cash, because there's no slippage or loss.
Supervisor Williams?
I think it's difficult for the county to query banks to see what accounts may be out there, and I know we found these and they're being dealt with. That's great. Have we asked all of our department heads and for them to let that trickle down to all the managers? Are there any other accounts that we know about? It's a lot easier for people who work for us to enumerate open accounts than it is for acting treasurer, auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector to query the banks.
If I may, I did, when I first stepped into this role, I did send out a department level email requesting all departments to let me know what accounts they may have out there, and we did find additional accounts.
Do we feel like we've done everything we can there? If anybody knows of any, they've been reported at this point?
I feel like we've done our due diligence.
I know you have. I guess I'm wondering, the board and the CEO, have we sent that message that if there are any accounts, now's the time to let our acting ... know?
If I may, through the chair, that's correct. We've talked about it. Acting auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector sent out her memo to all the departments. We've talked about it at department head meetings and requested additional information.
We've done what we can. And second, my last conversation with former auditor controller Lloyd Weir before he resigned was about cash that we may have from asset forfeiture and the like. And I understand a lot of times those dollars are earmarked for law enforcement, which I support. But I think it still takes board approval to spend that money. And to my surprise, it was never showing up on the agenda. And I wondered, is it just accumulating, or are we not going through a proper process? And he actually walked me through it, and I said, Lloyd, it doesn't sound like you've ever done one of these. And it was like, yeah, it's not showing up on the agenda. I guess I would like more clarity on how supervisors and the public can track those dollars. Where is it? Do we deposit that cash into an account? What are the line items? You don't have to answer all of this now, but I'd like to see it come back on a future report. I don't have clarity on what's accumulated there, and I don't have clarity on how it might be spent by our law enforcement partners and when the board will be asked for approval.
If I may, through the chair, there are different asset forfeiture fund accounts within Munis that are tracked. I can work with the executive office and CEO Antle to bring back an agenda item.
What would be helpful to one supervisor is a list of all of the dollars. If somebody could say, this is all we've accumulated, and because as I read it, it looks like there's a little bit over here and a little bit over, it just doesn't, I don't doubt the numbers, but I can't fully make sense of it.
Yes, we can work on bringing back an item.
Thank you. At this point, we can continue the presentation to finding number 3.
Yes, thank you. So finding 2022-03 is related to the preparation of the schedule of expenditure of federal awards. And what we noted in this finding was that there was about $2 million of federal expenditures that wasn't included in that schedule of expenditure of federal awards when we began our test work. This is something that is highly important when we're doing our audit, our single audit procedures, which are related to controls and compliance over those federal expenditures, because not properly stating that CFA could cause us to miss auditing a major program, and that would be a real failure of the audit process if we weren't able to audit the proper major programs. And so what we see here is that it's really required by uniform guidance that the individuals who are responsible for managing those programs have to really understand their program. They have to understand how to capture those expenditures that are within the grants that are related to federal programs, and then provide that information appropriately to the auditor controller's office so they can compile the CFA for audit purposes. And so we really recommend that the county implement a better process with establishing adequate internal controls surrounding the preparation of the CFA and reconciliations related to those expenditures, as well as tying into the federal grant revenues, so that the proper amounts get reported on the CFA. And Sarah, I can pass back to you on the comments on this.
Sure, if I may, through the chair. So the comments, the county's response for this is that the auditor's office is going to designate someone in our office who can fully review the submitted information to ensure accountability and completeness, accuracy and completeness. The other thing that the auditor's office will be working on with the executive office is to encourage departments that have federal awards to use the AmpliFund grant management software that the county recently purchased. This software has the ability to produce reports that are compliant with the CFA. And so I will be working with the executive office to see if we can recommend that to departments that have federal awards.
Thank you. Question from Supervisor McGordy.
You know, we do now have a division of contracts and grants, and this is a really important function in many organizations, that any grant that goes out from the organization is basically has to basically register with the Office of Contracts and Grants, so that mandatory reporting and such is tracked, and they lend assistance to be sure that people are compliant. And obviously things like clawbacks are something we want to avoid. And I'm just kind of curious from CEO Antle and as well as Sarah, you know, if you've thought about that and if that's something that you might utilize in the future.
If I may, through the chair, yes, Supervisor McGordy, we have a meeting later this week. And while acting auditor, controller, treasurer, tax collector is making it a recommendation, it'll be mandatory for those departments that report to me.
Supervisor Williams?
I was going to ask, could we make it mandatory for all departments, irrespective of whether they report to you?
We can strongly encourage the elected official offices to
maybe ask if they would like the assistance, and if they would, then
we will definitely encourage that, yes.
Okay, are there additional items in the presentation?
If I may, through the chair, Jeff, if you don't mind touching on the single audit. So the single audit has not yet been finalized. I believe it should be finalized today, so it's not part of the presentation. And we are not yet able to release the draft, but there will be one additional finding that relates to the CFA and the single audit. So I'd like to see if Jeff can kind of walk through that as well.
Sure, give me 1 second. So the report is officially released. It's just I haven't sent it out yet because it doesn't have a signature on it yet. So the final report is ready to go. So when it is released, the internal control report that we just went through is a component of the single audit. So that will read effectively the same way that it does that we just went through. The difference will be that the uniform guidance report for the single audit will also be included when that comes out, when we send out the final report, hopefully today. And we did end up with a qualified opinion related to the COVID-19 Emergency Solutions Grant Program. And the reason why we have a qualified opinion related to that is because there were certain expenditures where the supporting documentation was not fully able to be provided for audit purposes related to some payroll transactions. And so we were unable to fully verify those expenditures and actually test them for controls and compliance. And so that created a scope limitation over our audit related to that. And as a result, we had to qualify our opinion related to the COVID-19 Emergency Solutions Grant Program. That is also related to the audit finding that we have. The other major programs that we audited received unmodified opinions and with no findings related to those. I can mention real quickly which major programs we audited this year. It was that COVID-19 Emergency Solution Grant Program, the Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Funds, the COVID-19 Epidemiology and Laboratory Capacity for Infectious Disease, ELC, the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families, Adoptions Assistance Program, Medical Assistance Program, and the Hazard Mitigation Grants. So the finding that we had related to the single audit was just related to that COVID-19 Emergency Solution Grant Program. So as I mentioned, there were the amount that was included on the CFA related to those payroll expenditures was $253,601. And so that was the amount that we had to include in our finding related to what we were unable to perform audit procedures over. As a result, it's a material weakness and internal control over compliance related to that federal program, as well as material non-compliance related to that program. Typically when that occurs, the Department of, and this is with the Department of Housing and Urban Development, they'll review the finding and they'll likely reach out for additional information from the county to understand sort of what was going on with those expenditures and be able to determine a final outcome for themselves on that finding. Our recommendation there is that, again, related to developing a written set of internal control policies and procedures related to the federal compliance and requirements for the federal program. And this is somewhat what I was mentioning earlier related to the program managers understanding fully what the compliance requirements are over their federal programs, and then ensuring that they maintain all the correct supporting documentations to demonstrate that those costs were allowable, as well as the internal controls were in place and functioning surrounding the allowability of those costs as well. So it's very important that each program manager understands those compliance requirements and develops the proper internal controls. And those should be written control policies and procedures to ensure that those things happen.
Thank you for that. Supervisor Williams, did you have a question?
I guess so. As we're working through this, I want to recognize that the public may not be following. There's a lot of acronyms, abbreviations. A lot of members of the public don't review ACFRs frequently. And so one of the tools we have at our disposal for conveying some of this information is OpenGov. And I think OpenGov can be a powerful tool. It depends on what data we feed in. Some counties and cities have better visual presentations than others. Do you have any thoughts on how this information can be funneled into OpenGov? One of the biggest stumbling blocks we have is that, public shows up and thinks we're not funding public protection. This board knows we have very little left after we fund public protection, right? That's where the money goes. But when you look at the OpenGov data, you don't see a visualization of the discretionary funds. And so it looks like we're choosing to spend money in a different way than we actually have such discretion. So just kind of overarching concern, this information is extremely valuable to the board. I would like the public to be able to understand it at the same level, and they don't have the time to dig in and really study. Any thoughts on how we can, and I'm not putting more on your plate, just to be clear, but as a county, any thoughts on a roadmap to improve transparency through, visual illustrations or otherwise?
If I may, through the chair, Sarah Pierce, Acting Auditor Controller. I believe as we start to utilize Munis to its capability, we will be able to produce reports and potentially transmit data to OpenGov. I believe we transmit portions of it right now, but the goal will be once we start to utilize Munis, we can have some meaningful reports.
Okay, that's the best answer imaginable.
Thank you for that. I'm not seeing any additional questions from the supervisors. Did you have anything you wanted to add before I open it up to public comment?
The only thing I would like to add is I would just want to once again thank the staff in the auditor's office. There's a lot of hard work that's gone into this audit and into 22-23 that we're trying to close. And there's a lot of hours being put in to try to implement these items. So I just want to appreciate them.
Thank you. Yes, I think the board appreciates it very much as well. This time I'd like to open it up for public comment. First in the room and then online.
Hello, Board. Carrie Shattuck. I'd like to address Supervisor Williams with the OpenGov. I've called the CEO's office about this several times because it states that our current financial year budget is 21-22 on there. And I've called and been like, this is not current information. And there's some kind of a software issue or something where they cannot update the current information. That there's been I've been chasing it around for a while. So it's definitely not our current information on there.
Thank you. As Ms. Pierce stated, it will, we'll have opportunities for updating that when Munis is fully entered into. I think the board and the public are looking forward to that. Seeing no one else come forward in the room and no hands raised online, the recommended action is to accept the presentation regarding the 21-22 ACFR and provided.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashek?
Yes.
Supervisor McCourty?
Yes.
Supervisor Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
And with that, we will take a 15-minute break and be back at 11:20. We are going to move on to item 4C, discussion and possible action including referring revisions to Abatement of Hazardous Vegetation and Combustible Material Nuisance Ordinance and evaluating potential funding sources to the General Government Committee. Supervisor Hashak.
Right. So this issue is comes from the vegetation or abatement policy or ordinance that Supervisor Brown created in her last days in office. And we've been trying to use it in certain areas of the county, such as brook trails, where they have a grant to do vegetation abatement. But there's, out of the over 6,000 parcels in brook trails, there's 1,500 that are developed, so there's about 4,500 that are undeveloped, and a lot of those are, absentee owners, deadbeat owners that the Firewise Council, Sherwood Firewise Council, has tried to contact owners, and a lot of, like 50% of the time, with no luck. And so if you have a home, they got this grant and to do the vegetation abatement, but if you have a home and you have 3 or 4 parcels around you that are absentee owners, then they're very frustrated because they aren't able to do the work that's needed to create a safe community. This was the ranked 13th most dangerous community in the state by the governor as far as for risk of fire. And so they're trying to do the work to make it a safer community, and they've been trying to use the vegetation abatement ordinance. We've been there's a analysis by the code enforcement, and I appreciate that analysis. It just shows that using it as is very problematic and expensive, and so we're trying to find other ways. Talking with Shwen Malela in the grants division, that there's a grant that could be repurposed, possibly repurposed, to get outside consulting work done on this to give the ordinance more teeth and to provide the service that we need to make it so we aren't spending too much county time on it, but we're giving the people who are trying to do this work something that they can really use and be effective in creating safer communities. So that's really the purpose of this. It's to send it to the General Government Committee. We've had some meetings about it, and we need to work on some of the fine points of it, and certainly figure out the funding, but that's what the request is.
Second, with a comment.
Supervisor Williams.
Yeah, so John, I think you're referring to chapters 8.77, is that right?
Right.
Yeah, so you might recall that passed on a 4-1. I was the one, and I got some glances across the room for voting against it, and it's for exactly the concerns that you've raised now. Once in a while, I get one right. So 100% support. I think we want it to be effective. It was a good concept, but there's some implementation details that need to be worked out.
Right.
Thank you.
And I think we knew that from the beginning, and some of us decided to just go forward with it, but now it's to make it useful, we need to take another step.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any additional comments from the board, so I'd like to open it up to public comment first in the room and then online.
Thank you, Chair Mulhern and Supervisors. Keith Rutledge with Sherwood Firewise. We definitely support this agenda item. We need to explore more options. We want to find the least cost, most efficient way to make the public safety our top priority. As Supervisor Hashak mentioned, there's just looking at brook trails just as one location. There's others in the county, but that's what we're looking at, the 4,500 vacant lots. Many homes are surrounded by 2 or 3 vacant lots. They can't abate that without access permission, and yet they're also going to lose their insurance in many cases. Many of them have already been canceled because they can't clear that defensible space. CAL FIRE doesn't enforce because the resource code only requires clearing to the property line, so you can't go across the property line even though it's 10 feet away from your house or 5 feet away from your house. So it's really important that we address it. I know you know that. In addition, Mendocino County Fire Safe Council has funding to clear defensible space, 75 homes and about 150 to 300 lots. That's available. We have $2.7 million in roadside fuel reduction work where we're clearing all the major access routes 100 feet from the center line. So we've got clear access for ingress for the fire department, egress for evacuation. These funds are not able to be spent unless we have that owner access permission. So we really encourage looking around at all the possible ways. Maybe the ordinance isn't the best way to do this, we don't know, but without exploring it, we're at risk of losing these funds because if we can't spend them, they're going to take them back. You also know the county has applied for $50 million from FEMA and the BRIC program. That's for 750 homes and brook trails, and that would involve approximately 1,500 to 2,000 vacant lots. The county assessor has told us that you've got hundreds, maybe even 1,000 lots that are 3 years in arrears right now. So you already have property owners. We've had property owners approach us to offer to give our nonprofit their property. Would you please take my property? Building moratorium, they can't build on that because of that. Many of the lots are either steep one way or the other, unbuildable. So there's no value in those lots. So putting liens on the property owners don't care, but we can't even get in touch with them. So we need a process that provides adequate notice, which is what the abatement ordinance provides, due process, for us to be able to notify. If we don't get anybody replying, we can't find anybody, there needs to be some method to go ahead and be able to treat that so that we can protect people, property, and real estate values for our community. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. I do think the board appreciates all the work that folks are trying to do. Supervisor Jordy?
You have a question for the speaker. So with all these public dollars being spent in this particular relatively high density, suburban neighborhood, that does have sort of this fundamental planning problem that was created in the 1960s where they, I don't know what the supervisors were thinking in the 1960s, but the legend is they thought they were creating a seasonal tourist destination.
Vacation village, yeah.
And, but of course, that mostly wasn't true. It became year-round residences, but there wasn't either the water capacity and or developable land in there to actually develop all these parcels. So it seems to me that ultimately these parcels can't just keep remaining in these absentee landlords' hands that are and never developed. That they need to be consolidated into the developed parcels, because. So I guess my question to you is, what's going to happen 10 years down the road if the state spends $50 million? I don't know exactly what this is for, but if it's clearing the land on these absentee landlords' properties, 10 years later and 5 years later, the vegetation is going to come back. So it seems to me that money would be better spent paying the back taxes and just consolidating these parcels, merging parcels together, so that you have, logical parcels. I don't know, it just seems like, how are we addressing this problem, long term?
Yeah, so two ways, really good points. The county has attempted to sell the parcels to recover the funds in the past because literally there's hundreds and hundreds. I've been here 40 years. I've seen 2 different auctions happen at which they only sold a few parcels, mostly to adjacent property owners that bought the lot next to them or whatever. But for the most part, they've tried that. And the fact you can't build on the lot means really you're talking to adjacent landowners about purchasing that property. Most of them look at it as, why would I spend more money? Nobody's ever going to build on that. I don't have to worry about it. So it's a tough push both ways. But your point about the vegetation management is critical because regardless of ownership, that property needs to be maintained into the future. And the way to do that, if we have an abatement that's put into place, and it goes through the appeal process, that permission, access permission, is good as long as that property owner owns that property. So if it doesn't change hands, that access permission would be good 5 years from now, 10 years from now to go back in. So I think that's one thing.
But what I'm hearing from you is that the public's going to keep paying to abate the problem. Yeah. I mean, it seems like the better solution would be to merge these parcels into the developed parcels. So and then those homeowners would have an incentive to clear. I mean, I also understand the property owner doesn't want to take on a higher parcel tax because they've acquired an extra 3,000 or 4,000 square feet.
Right.
Seems like there ought to be some way where reasonable heads can get together and say, the county's going to merge these parcels. We're not going to increase the assessed value of your land, of your property by 3,000 or 4,000 square feet. Right. And, tough luck schools, because you're getting 63% of the property tax that you're not going to get here. But basically, and eliminate the government agency's responsibility, to step in and forever have to clear out these properties.
No, I think you get the point, and that's why this, the agenda item, I think, is we should approve it, because basically we're looking to spend more time exploring options other than just the abatement ordinance. And exactly what you're talking about, because you've got an ownership issue, you've got a long-term maintenance issue, you've even got a who's responsible. I mean, your staff report says maybe we need a county fire marshal even. I mean, one of our issues as a volunteer organization is constantly looking around for who's responsible for emergency access routes, who's responsible for these kind of abatement things. The Brook Trails Fire Department can only do so much. The Brook Trails District can only do so much. The Cal Fire can enforce to the property line. So it sort of ends up at the county at some level. But I agree with you 100% that we need a long-term solution. That district was designed for 25% occupancy of about 6,000 or so vacation cabins. It ended up being 1,500 full-time homes, and that used up all the water. That doesn't seem to be going away. The board would want it to say those properties could be built on in the future. So they're trying to maintain that, so you're not taking people's value of potential future development away from them. But overcoming that moratorium is going to be a difficult push. And in the meantime, we've got potential fire danger. And like I said, we've got hundreds of people losing their home insurance because they can't clear around their home. And the underwriters just come out and say, you've got too much risk. All these trees are encroaching on your house. So it's more than just public safety, risk of fire, property damage. It's also right now we're losing real estate value and punishing people their property insurance.
So I know this is a countywide ordinance, but I'm just saying as it relates to Brook Trails, I don't think the current status quo is sustainable. I don't think the government can be expected to come in and clear out these properties over and over again. And so I think people need to address the underlying problem, which is absentee landlords for undevelopable parcels.
Supervisor Williams, did you have a question for the speaker or a comment about the item?
I have a comment about the item.
Okay, thank you very much. Supervisor Williams?
So I think what we're referring is the hazardous vegetation combustible material nuisance ordinance. I'm not clear whether we're referring the Brook Trail problem to General Government Committee, and I see them as two distinct items because this ordinance is about the county-wide problem, and what the problem I'm hearing in this particular community, I don't think this ordinance can solve. And for the reason Supervisor Jurdy stated, only I would add on to that. I don't think I've talked to some of those parcel owners who have the vacant parcel next door. Even if we didn't increase the assessment, a lot of them don't want that additional land because they're going to be in a position of having to maintain it versus nobody will ever build and it's vacant land next door and they're not paying the upkeep. I haven't heard a solution on the table yet. So I'm just curious, I'm asking structurally, are we referring that problem to general government or just fine-tuning the language of the existing ordinance?
Supervisor Hashek?
Yeah, we're looking at fine-tuning the ordinance and trying to figure out if there's a way that we can deal with these absentee owners and do the work that's needed, and maybe even in a holistic way, dealing with hundreds of them at the same time.
Yeah.
And so we're looking at what are the options that we have. And we've got this grant, and so if we repurpose the grant for some of this work, maybe we can find some of those answers out. And it's not just for Brook Trails, it's for the county.
Yeah.
Because there's certainly these neighborhoods all over the place.
Yeah, it's an important project. I'm wondering, should we also refer the subdivision problem of there's a moratorium, nobody wants to own the parcels, and the long-term strategy can't be we keep seeking grants to do brush abatement. I think Supervisor Jurdy is right. Do you want that also referred to general government?
Certainly.
Okay. So do you, was it my motion or yours?
I don't think there's been a motion yet. But.
Well, I just wanted to say, thank you for bringing the item forward. Having worked with Supervisor Hashak in general government on the cannabis ordinance last year, I think the general government committee is a really good place to have these discussions, and I encourage that all stakeholders countywide are invited to participate in these conversations so that we really do get a better understanding of what each community needs. So oftentimes we hear from very specific areas, and I think it is to be addressed as a countywide issue, and so I hope that stakeholders are encouraged to participate in the general government process. Are there any additional members of the public that wish to come forward? Seeing none in the room and not having any comments online, Are there any final board comments? Supervisor McGordy and then Supervisor Hashak?
This is, as stated, two completely different things, and I think that Brook Trails is its own unique problem. And while there may be a possibility of where there's an abandoned or unclaimed parcel next to an occupied building, maybe a lot line adjustment that's big enough to create that defensible space, so that the person doesn't have to take on a whole parcel, but could still defend their property, or an easement or something like that. So there may be some kind of a solution.
Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Williams. And if you don't mind, Supervisor Hashak, I'll let you kind of have the last word.
Just on process, I was going to ask, could we check with council to see if we're agendized properly to refer both items?
Charlotte Scott, Assistant County Counsel. I think, and we could revise the item, but I think it is stating two items, which is referring the possible revisions to the ordinance, to the code, to general government, but also evaluating potential funding sources. And I think the phrase that might be missing there, but is implied, to address the abatement issues in communities like Brook Trails. And I'm hearing discussion that it's not just unique to Brook Trails. It could be other similar communities. But I think both those items are in there. We can modify the language of the motion.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Hashak.
Well, I just wanted to say that if this passes, which it sounds like there's support for, it will be heard on, I think, February 29th. Is that the General Government Committee?
It would be February 28th.
28th? Okay. So just letting people know, we have a General Government Committee tomorrow, but it won't be agendized in time. Anyway, I move the recommended action.
Second. And comment?
Thank you. Just a correction, it would be February 27th, I believe. Supervisor Williams?
Just a comment. Have we checked with RCRC or CSAC to see if there are any best practices for this type of problem employed elsewhere?
We haven't yet, but Jim Ross, our acting counsel, has some very good connections, and he's had some good discussions about it. So I look forward to that.
I'm looking at the 23 calendar. So yes, February 28th, and I'm certain that the CEO's office would be happy to work with Supervisor Hashak on some type of press release or media update, just encouraging the public to attend General Government Committee to have these discussions. And certainly each district supervisor has stakeholders that they know as well and can encourage them to attend. Roll call, please.
Chair Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to agenda item 4D, discussion and possible action including adoption of a resolution and approval of memorandum of understanding between the County of Mendocino and the Mendocino County Probation Employees Association, Teamsters Local 856, for the term of July 1, 23 through June 30, 2026. Sherry Johnson, Deputy CEO.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board, CEO Antle, Assistant County Counsel Charlotte Scott. So Sherry Johnson, Deputy CEO, and the Board of Supervisors negotiating team has met with the representatives from Mendocino County's Probation Employees Association, Teamsters Local 856, and have reached an agreement regarding the appropriate terms and conditions of employment for the term of July 1, 2023 through June 30, 2026. The proposed changes to the MOU include a cost of living increase in fiscal year 23-24 and bringing wages to market, which is total compensation, which does include the benefits in fiscal year 24-25, and a cost of living increase in fiscal year 25-26. I would like to thank the negotiating team, Chelsea and Chris, and their Teamsters representative, Robert Maddox.
Thank you. Are there any board members?
Move the recommended action.
I have a motion.
Second.
And a second. Thank you. Thank you. Not seeing any pens raised by the board, I'll go to public comment for this item. Seeing no one come forward in the room and no hands raised online, roll call, please.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Supervisor Dirty?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor McCourty?
Yes.
Chair Mulhern?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. We are set to have a working lunch. So Supervisor Williams, did you have a question?
I had a question about process.
Yeah.
I know there's a cannabis item coming up after lunch. I know the board's received a memo that certain public comments, feedback has been incorporated. Having looked it over briefly, a lot of the feedback hasn't been incorporated. Rather than do that live, I wonder if there's a way to have that prepared before we get to it.
I believe that an item was uploaded to our agenda.
It's not all there. It's some of the comments, and maybe that's for us to go through and figure out why.
Okay.
But if it's just an oversight, it'd be great to address it so that we don't spend an hour on it later.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yeah, I appreciate those comments, and I had a couple meetings yesterday with the Cannabis Department and also County Counsel's office. Steve Dunnicliff joined us twice, and we worked through a lot of those comments. So we tiered them. Some are, we're saying, hey, staff has no problem with. Some are left that there were problems with them, and others will be referred back to the General Government Committee. So I think what is presented is the best effort to incorporate what was presented.
Okay, I'll take
Sounds like there's, more conversation to have as it pertains to the agenda item. So thank you for that point of order. And we will adjourn for a closed session working lunch. And we will hear item 6A pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, conference with labor negotiator, agency negotiators, Darcy Antle and Sherry Johnson. We will return no sooner than 1 p.m. Oh, is there any public comment on the closed session? Thank you. Really. Seeing none in the room and none online. Thank you.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, that's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar. Entonces, yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance
with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been just, she's a part of the family. When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Como cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with a business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space. where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, they got some great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo, y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
My experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa, que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. Because, you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit mendoready.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, mendoready.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit mendoready.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from a lot of family history of you know, drugs, violence, alcoholism. So we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, you know, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, ajá, cómo educar a un hijo y porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, you know, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me. Even though I was not a first-time mom, I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. You know, she was straightforward when, you know, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. Just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, you know, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, you know, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, you know, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You know, you get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. And the fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa, porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es algo, un bonito programa, porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Willits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro, vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia,
sí,
para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar, entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been she's a part of the family.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They've got some great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo. Y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land. And when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, como cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de Estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa, que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit mendoready.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, mendoready.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit mendoready.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, ajá. Cómo educar a un hijo porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. She was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. Just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. And the fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es un bonito programa. porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Willits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro, vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia. Sí. Para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar, entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been just, she's a part of the family.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien, porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very like rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I suggest that I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They got great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya, sí, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo, y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. Because, you know, you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support. And don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage because it's something that has put me in touch with my child or closer to my child and her development.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit mendoready.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, mendoready.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit mendoready.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, you know, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, you know, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, ajá. Cómo educar a un hijo y porque pues nosotros nunca es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, you know, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me. Even though I was not a first-time mom, I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. You know, she was straightforward when, you know, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. Just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, you know, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, you know, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, you know, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You know, you get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. And the fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es algo, un bonito programa. porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Wellits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro, vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia, sí, para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy... como que el ambiente era muy familiar, entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been she's a part of the family.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien, porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very like rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They've got some great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Que queríamos era que naciera, ya, sí, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo, y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, como cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help because, you know, you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage because it's something that has put me in touch with my child or closer to my child and her development.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit mendoready.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, mendoready.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit mendoready.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, cómo educar a un hijo porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. She was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. It's just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. The fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es un bonito programa. porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Wellits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, como hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro, vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia, sí, para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
She has made me feel like I'm important and I can go at my own pace, and that's all you need sometimes when you're feeling like you got nobody.
It was helpful to have somebody there kind of holding my hand and guiding me and letting me know this is kind of the normal. It felt like I was becoming a new mom, so it was very interesting and helpful, very, very helpful.
You know, there was that self-conscious part of me, like, will I be accepted even though I'm not perfect?
What I like the most is that she really listens.
The support that she gives me is special because she does it with love, and it's just natural, you know. That's all I could say. It just feels like somebody that I've known since I was little.
You know, I said to Jeanette, Jeanette, you're supposed to be with me for 5 years. Jeanette said, yeah, I know, I'm going to be with you guys for 5 years. That's when I said, well, I guess I can trust her. She's going to be with us for 5 years.
Yo creo que quizás pasó como a la segunda visita o algo así, como que ya nos presentamos formalmente. Y luego ya creo que en la segunda visita estaba como todo más tranquilo, como muy, como que el ambiente era muy familiar, entonces yo me sentí muy cómoda.
Felt like she cared for Sparrow too, and Sparrow really enjoyed it. Yeah, she knew when Gabby came we were going to be making something or learning something, and she'd instantly start digging through Gabby's bags to find out what activity we were going to do.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I think the relationship that we've built has been just, she's a part of the family.
When I first realized that I was going to be a parent, I was super scared. After 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in the home visiting program, I was totally comfortable with the fact that I was going to have a baby. Yes, I was still scared, but at the same time, I felt like I had some sense of strength behind me.
If I didn't have those resources that Jeanette provided me, I think it would be harder now.
I got into the program and I realized, like, oh, this is nice. And now look at me, I work at a family resource center with parents and families, all this stuff.
I'm so grateful that I got the opportunity to meet my home visitor, because without her, I think that I would be 10 steps behind from where I'm at right now.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía. Cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien, porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
I don't know what's normal for a 22-month-old baby or an 18-month-old baby, you know. When we get together, we usually discuss and get some progress made with the baby. It makes me feel comfortable, and I associate my parenting with her, my home visitor, telling me, yeah, this is going great.
So it's nice to know where they're at, what stage they're at for every parent, and also to give, again, your children that head start in education.
If I had any questions with her, just call her up on the phone. You know, it was very relatable, very personal. And, you know, with her getting to know my kids, you know, she got to kind of help guide me along the way. I mean, there were so many cool things that I've learned.
I went from a very rough type of life. I was homeless, and she was able to help me get into school, and I actually have enough credits to graduate with the
business degree right now.
I think I really want to mention just that I'm grateful that I took advantage, because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
I want other people and parents to know that the home visiting is not something that you should be afraid of. It's actually something that is needed.
You know, because she's not just here for her, she's here to help with all of it. She helped me create a safe space where I feel comfortable enough to ask for help.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help. It's always okay to have extra support.
I would say, give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. There's some perks, you know. They got some great resources.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I realized that my life was going to change dramatically in ways that I did not know or understand or even comprehend. I was going to have to really go to the well and become accountable and adjust to a lot of things differently.
Lo que queríamos era que naciera, ya quiero tener, entonces ahorita lo que tenemos es aprovecharla, quererla y cuidarla lo más que se pueda.
Creo que a todos nos preocupa la primera vez que nos dicen que vamos a ser padres.
When we started the program, my daughter was about 3 months, and my daughter's 22 months now. Something I love about my child, that she's healthy, she's happy, she knows that she's cared for and loved. Those are some of the things that I wanted to make sure that she had, and she has them.
I'm happy today with my daughter. She's the greatest thing in my life, and I'm glad to wake up and see her, and everything I do it for her.
Sí, bueno, yo también vengo de una familia separada. Creo que por eso también me motiva a estar más presente con él, de quizás también estar de la forma quizás que yo no la tuve para Máximo, y también comprender que el padre no solo es el que pone los límites y las reglas, sino que también está ahí para hablar, acompañar, regalonear, jugar, cosas lindas también, no solo ser el guía para el niño, sino que también un compañero de vida.
I was more of a elated and thankful because for 3 months I was in baby land, and when you're in baby world, you're just kind of flying by the seat of your pants and hoping you know that you're just supportive in the ways that you can be supportive.
Pero pues aquí pues ya los enseñan un poquito más cosas que uno no sabía, cómo cuidarla, cómo desarrollarla, cómo educarla, y pues es algo bien porque pues cosas que yo no sabía, pues ya usted nos las dijo y todo como consejos, y pues muchas cosas que se aprendieron.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia, sino más bien un programa de estado programado para la ayuda solamente. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros, porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades. Siempre nos hemos podido apoyar en Gaby a través de su programa. Encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
You know, my experience has been nothing but positive. Annette has been wonderful. She's on time. She lets me know if there's going to be any changes in the schedule.
Not only did we get the assistance with this program, but we also made a really good friend. I'm happy to call Gabby our friend.
I still feel the challenge of being a parent now in today's world is immense. I think that you need support.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Don't be afraid to take that step. Like, don't be afraid to get help, because you might think that you know what you're doing, but it's always okay to have extra support, and don't do it alone.
Give it a try. You got nothing to lose. It's free. I'm grateful that I took advantage because it's something that has put me in touch with my child, or closer to my child and her development.
Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit mendoready.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, mendoready.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit mendoready.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, you know, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, you know, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, ajá. Cómo educar a un hijo y porque pues nosotros nunca es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, you know, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me. Even though I was not a first-time mom, I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. You know, she was straightforward when, you know, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. Just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely, and having the home visitor changes that and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her, and I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, you know, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, you know, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, you know, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You know, you get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. The fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Y así pues es algo, un bonito programa, porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, Pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad, y en nuestro caso, que estamos solos en este país, ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres, y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente, y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa, que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Willits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro, vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia,
sí,
para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significan niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
Call the meeting back to order, and we are on, there is direction given to staff. There is the report out from closed session. We are on item 4E, discussion of possible action, including direction to planning and building services regarding current motions, directives, and priorities. And I'd like to turn it over to the Director of Planning and Building, Julia Krog.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Supervisors. Julia Krog, Planning and Building Services. If I could just have the clerk promote me to a panelist, and I can share my screen.
The report out of closed session was direction was given to staff.
Okay. All right, thank you. So today we are here to talk about directives, motions, and priorities for planning and building services for the remainder of this fiscal year, and also to discuss motions and directives that we will be requesting essentially deferral till next fiscal year to initiate work on. Part of the packet today is both this PowerPoint presentation, a memorandum from our staff, and two different spreadsheets, one of which contains motions that were done that affect planning and building services, and the other contains directives. This item is somewhat of a continuance from the discussion that was had in front of the board on December 19th, where the board had at that time requested that Planning and Building Services come back with additional details before making any decisions on the various motions and directives that were in front of Planning and Building Services. So I have a brief presentation, but part of that is going to include walking through different items. So if it's okay with the chair, what I'd like to do is I'll start off with going through what my recommendations are, and then we can move back and talk through any board comments on each one of those items.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, great. So first up, here are our prioritized goals for fiscal year 23-24. These are at least our recommendations. Now, let's think back to at the time of budget adoption in June of this last year. Planning and Building brought forward a number of goals for this fiscal year, and we have actually completed several of those. So some of them are continued over here, but the ones that we have completed that you do not see on this list are the adoption of the Class K building regulations to address structures greater than 2,000 square feet in size, and we have fully implemented the CalApp Solar App Plus grant, which is an automated plan check system for eligible rooftop solar installations. So our recommendations for prioritized goals for this remainder of this fiscal year is number one, processing building permits, discretionary permits, completing our mandatory reporting requirements, and also conducting code enforcement work based upon the previously adopted priorities that the board heard and discussed on December 19th. Secondarily, continue work on improvement and enhancement of processes and customer service. Third is our inland zoning code update, and included in this inland zoning code update is the regulations for movable tiny homes, regulations for temporary camping for profit, the repeal of the inclusionary housing ordinance, and as well as UVAP implementation, which is rezoning of numerous properties to establish consistency between the Ukiah Valley Area Plan and the zoning regulations for those properties. The fourth is the local coastal program update. This is a continuous priority, 2023 through 2026, and this is a grant-funded activity. The fifth is the scanning project, which is to reduce the storage needs and improve availability of records, which we have initiated, and our first 400 boxes are nearly done with being scanned, so that's been exciting. And then the sixth is the surface mining and reclamation ordinance update, which is required updates for consistency with state law. So I want to keep those in mind as we move through the remainder of the presentation. This is what staff is recommending, and I'll recap that at the end as well. In terms of staff time, we are 100% allocated at this time. So additional work that is done beyond these 6 prioritized goals that I am recommending is additional work that means that things slow down or something falls off the plate. So with that in mind, I just want to give you a quick recap too of what those board adopted priorities for code enforcement were, as that's part of priority number 1. It's the life safety, environmental degradation, non-permitted construction, nuisances, illegal cannabis cultivation. And then for any other complaints received that are not applicable to the above list, the division would have the discretion to determine response to those complaints and the enforcement methodology that would be utilized. In addition, the board gave the division strategic discretion in response to and the enforceability of anonymous complaints. Now I want to pause here for a minute too, and I'm actually going to ask our Assistant Director, John Burke, sitting next to me to chime in, because we have been working on our metrics for the department, and John has been spearheading this. And so we have been tracking metrics for all the divisions, including our current processing times. And I know in December the board was curious about where we were at in terms of our metrics right now, because I think that'll also help you to understand why we are stating that we're 100% allocated and really want to focus on some of these process improvements. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to John.
Thank you, Director. This is John Burks, the Assistant. Thank you. This is John Burks, the Assistant Planning and Building Services Director. And just a few thoughts on the department's metrics. They're available on the website, so if anybody listening or the board wants to see them, they're with our issued building permits, which we run a monthly report, and you're welcome to look at each division's metrics. And it focuses in 3 basic areas, and that is the expense versus the revenue, and the difference is going to be the net county cost for each division. Our inventory, that's how many projects, permits, applications have we received, and then the average time to process those. So with some simple math, we can start to calculate, if we continue at the rate we're on, how long is it going to take us to accomplish everything that's in our inventory, while bearing in mind we're always getting new items. So it's a first step towards how we are going to do our fee justifications, how we're going to have conversations about staffing, our priorities, the objectives for the department, as this will really be the foundation for that. And so they're available, and if anybody has any questions, because the spreadsheets are fairly detailed, I'd be happy to answer any questions specifically or provide any kind of broad overview. But we are tracking those in masterful detail now.
Thank you. I did hear the director say she wanted to finish the presentation first before we had questions, so unless you've changed your plan.
If you don't mind, I'll just run through and then we can come back to any questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the offer. We come back to that.
Okay, great. So now moving into, we've talked about sort of the recommendations from our office for overall priorities. Now moving into current motions and the recommendations from our staff. So this is also detailed in the memo prepared, and then there is also an attachment that says PBS motions, which is a spreadsheet which is color-coded for what our recommendations are as well, and the color coding is provided at the bottom of that. So the first item is regulations regarding water extraction and mining from private wells for commercial purposes and water hauling. This direction was given on July 12th of 2022. And our recommendation would be to remove this motion at this time and possibly revisit at a time when there is no longer a hiring freeze and there is the ability to hire a county hydrologist. My review of that ordinance is that it is highly dependent upon having appropriate expertise in-house. I just don't know that we're set up for that at this time. The second item is the inland short-term rental ordinance. This direction was first given in 2017 and most recently on August 29th of 2023. And we are recommending deferring continued work on this until next fiscal year 24-25. The next recommendation that we provide is for the policy regarding temporary tents within the Mendocino Historic District. This direction was given on September 12th of 2023. We approximate with the staff time of a planner 3 and some involvement from the director or assistant director that this could be up to $20,000 in staff time to work on this. We believe that the intention of the board can be addressed through the traditional permitting process and possibly some discussions with our historic review board beyond creating a comprehensive policy, because this really does affect about 4 or 5 businesses within the town of Mendocino. So we recommend that this motion be rescinded and staff continue to work through those applications with each property owner, and we can of course update the board in the future if that's desired. The next item was the motion was to plan to double allowable residential structures within the inland zoning and allow subdivision to 1/2 the current minimums where water and sewer support. That direction was given on June 20th of 2023. And the motion was contingent upon securing funding. That funding has not been secured, so we just recommend continued deferment pending funding being found. The next motion was regarding the Redwood Valley Municipal Advisory Council's draft Redwood Valley Community Action Plan and Design Guidelines, and this direction was given on September 26, 2023. We estimate, which we also provided at that time, about $30,000 in staff time and processing time of 12 to 14 months. And we recommend direction to not initiate work on this adoption process until fiscal year 24-25 or later. And we will actually be coming before the board on February 6th to have further discussion about the current draft of the design guidelines and the community action plan as we've been working with the Redwood Valley MAC. The next item is the amendments to chapters 20.118, which is cannabis accommodation, and 20.119, the cannabis prohibition. This was given on October 17th, 2023. We estimate about $15,000 in staff time and processing time between 9 and 12 months, as there's some clarification that would be necessary from the board before we'd be able to move forward with those ordinance amendment changes. So we recommend, not initiating work on this until the beginning of fiscal year 24-25 or possibly later, depending on the board priorities at that time. Now we're moving on to directives. So there was the directive to deprioritize temporary camping sites that do not pose a risk to public safety. This direction was given on June 8th, 2022. And we recommend removal of this directive and instead relying upon the code enforcement priorities that were adopted on December 19th, 2023. I believe that it will address this directive. The last directive was to establish regulations for movable tiny homes. This was given on November 8th, 2022, and as I noted, we are incorporating this into our inland zoning code update already, so we actually believe that this directive can be removed as it is being addressed at this time. So as a recap, we would recommend that the board adopt the following prioritized goals, 1 through 6. And that really concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions or go back through to talk about each item one by one.
Thank you. I'm going to start with Supervisor Williams.
I can be quick.
Okay.
Nobody believes it. The second item, does that include, for clarification, does that include online permitting? People working through a portal? I think one of the biggest failures we have that kind of sets the public and staff and the board up for conflict is long email chains. It's just too much of a chance of miscommunication or lost information. So I'm content with this list as long as online permitting, even if you can't get it done this year, just incremental steps to get closer. The tents in the town of Mendocino, I'm not quite clear on what the impact would be. The reason we did this was the current permitting process didn't seem sufficient to bring them into compliance.
Let me unmute myself. So with the current permitting process, I think what I think was missing at that time was that there hadn't been action taken by some of the other agencies that were involved to address the temporary tents. Since that time, Mendocino City Community Services District has been actively engaging with property owners and seeking resolution to what was a concern at that time over water and septic use. And so really the only piece that I see that remains is about the design of any type of temporary tent structure, which is going to be really parcel specific. So
Can we flip to that slide real quick?
I am on that slide.
Oh, look at me, not tracking again. So I don't understand why we would rescind the motion rather than argue that the work is completed whenever it's completed.
Sure, I think because the reason why I recommend rescission is because I don't believe that the original motion, and if you see it in the motions document, it's more clear. It talks about this collaborative policy being created that would bridge both planning and building requirements, MCCSD, and any state agency requirements. However, MCCSD and state agency requirements are already being worked on independently of any type of policy being established. So the only piece that's really remaining is planning and building, which is our typical work that we would do as it is.
Understood. So I think we're in agreement, but I'm not comfortable rescinding it now. I'd like to see how it all fits together because the public was in the room for that decision. They're not in the room today. So before we rescind it, but in concept, if we've accomplished the goal, by all means. I just don't know if we need to rescind it so much as say the work has been completed. And then the double allowable structures, I think I'm comfortable with that. I mean, nobody's brought us a plan as far as I know. Have they brought planning and building proposals? Okay, so there's no work on that one. Can you go back a slide or forward a slide? One more. The temporary camping sites, I think that was related to HIP camp. And Senator McGuire changed his bill from a 1-year to a 2-year. There's some work for us to do to incorporate changes in state law once they get approved, once it passes. So I wonder why we wouldn't wait to see what those changes are rather than close out this item.
Sure. So if I may clarify, this what I'm asking to close out is just the directive to deprioritize temporary camping sites that do not pose a risk, which was more from a code enforcement perspective. What we are working on, which remains part of our work plan, is incorporating regulations for temporary camping, HIP camp, into our inland zoning code update.
So, but we spent a lot of time deliberating on this, decided this is the direction we want to go. I'm not clear on why we would remove it today.
Since the board just recently visited the code enforcement priorities, really, I think that actually the direction that was given here fits perfectly in line with those priorities. These sites would not typically rise to a high enforcement in terms of prioritization unless they pose a risk to public safety.
So if that's the case, why not leave it? Because there's no work to be done here, leaving it on the list. It's still policy. It's still what the board directed, and staff doesn't have to spend any hours on it. It seems like another check it off. We're doing it. I guess what I'm looking at is I don't want to hear after we remove this that somebody calls and complains there's a hip camp near Glenn's neighborhood. Shut it down and put staff in a position of the board rescinded the deprioritization, so it must therefore be prioritized. Let's get right on it. I don't think that is a high priority while we're waiting for Senator McGuire's bill to pass. And I'm happy hearing from my colleagues as well. But just maybe that's the place to take it is, in what do we want the practice to be when work is underway? It's not 100% complete. Do we leave it on the list until it's 100%, or do we undo it?
Okay. Well, I do have pins up. Did you have any other questions? Okay.
I've hit my quota.
Well, I think that your colleagues can answer their opinion on that as we go through. Supervisor Hashek, Supervisor Jurdy, and then Supervisor McGordy, please.
Well, I'm fine with leaving it on. You know, it seems like if we're deprioritizing, we just leave that as a directive and wait until further, evolution of that bill. What I'd like to talk about is the regulations of water extraction, mining from private wells for commercial purposes, and water hauling. You know, right now we're getting a lot of rain, and we did last year. But when this was brought up, we were in the midst of this drought that is going to come back, and my understanding is the reason for the recommended rescission is that we don't have a hydrologist on board. Well, according to the people who worked on this, is that we don't need a hydrologist on board. The person, the applicant would contract out to get a hydrologist report and then bring it in, and we have Laura with the UC Cooperative Extension to evaluate those. We have the capacity to evaluate what the report is. It wouldn't cost the county any money because it would be the applicant paying for that hydrologist report. And so really this happened in July 12th of 2022. We approved it. We wanted it to go forward. We wanted it to go to the Planning Commission, and it's been held up in County Counsel's office since then. So I think that, the reasonable approach is to send it to Planning Commission, have them evaluate it, and then bring it back, and it wouldn't require a hydrologist on staff.
If I may, I think it is, of course, unfortunate timing that we don't have previous County Counsel Curtis here, because I know he had comments on this when we discussed it in December as well. But there is staff time, a rather significant amount of staff time involved, not just from the planning and building side, but from County Counsel's office, as well as other stakeholder departments, environmental health, and then depending on what enforcement mechanisms are established, that may go over into our code enforcement division or possibly into sheriff's office as well. So I do think the ordinance as it's currently drafted would need some additional research and work done by county staff before it would be in a position that would be ready to go before the Planning Commission for consideration and comment. So if the desire of the board is to keep this item on there, then I would just ask where it fits in the overall planning and building division priorities in terms of our workload, or if this is something that is maybe initiated work on in the next fiscal year.
And did you have any questions or comments about the HIP camp and continuing to have them on the code enforcement?
I already made my comments to allow it.
Okay, Supervisor Jurdy?
Two questions. So something I'm not seeing on the list, but something we discussed on December 19th had to do with what I think is one of the something that's not really getting a lot of attention, which is abandoned vehicles, abandoned garbage along county roads and state highways. And when I brought it up, you said that the department was in the process of developing a new website where people could self-report, because that's, I think, the way we want to direct the public. Go to this website, report, rather than picking up the phone and bothering a county employee and wasting a lot of staff time. So what's the status of that, and how does it relate to your priorities, because it's just not listed here as a priority?
Thank you for that question. So I know code enforcement has been working on revamping their web page, and I know they have just done a current revamp. That item, I think, is still forthcoming. I expect that we can have that up and running by the end of this fiscal year. I didn't list it on here. I kind of lumped that in with our number 2, the continue work on improvement and enhancement of processes and customer service, because it really is more so about providing the public with the tool to be able to report efficiently and also see if something has already been reported.
Good news, just this past week that the updates to the code enforcement website did go live, and there is a reporting tool for abandoned vehicles. Garbage typically would go through the normal code complaint process. The one piece that we did not do was the live map. So that is a much more complex technology thing that we're still looking to address, but code enforcement did update their website. So I would encourage you to take a look at that, and then maybe next time we're in a discussion about these things, you can provide any feedback you have or call us directly.
And then the other thing was, in December, I visited a site outside of Fort Bragg that was pretty horrible. I mean, and to think that there were maybe a dozen people living on the property just a month earlier, and apparently there were a couple kids living on the site. I mean, just in terms of the filth inside of these trailers. And I'm just wondering, there had to have been multiple county departments and multiple county employees who had visited the site, either because they were visiting the children there, presumably, or they were visiting from code enforcement. I'm just wondering, when you have a situation like that where, trailers are just filled with junk and garbage and food debris, and you have multiple cats and everything, and, what is code enforcement's role in maybe pushing social services or some other department to, be more proactive and more, intervene rather than just sort of let this fester?
This is John Burks, the Assistant Planning and Building Services Director, and through the chair, if I may respond. So typically code enforcement's role when we engage these sites is to, encourage the property owners and responsible parties to achieve compliance, and there's a number of leverage tools we have. So when you get into, working with our partners in other departments, we do that on a fairly regular basis. But I think that ultimately when it comes to any kind of forced abatement, summary abatement, administrative abatement, all those have different sort of context and uses within our code. They get astronomically expensive. And historically, we're relying on, people to make good decisions. We're there to help them, guide them through any permitting process, connect them to resources and how they can remove, junk. But historically, one of the bigger problems code enforcement has faced is in bigger jurisdictions, they have very large funds to do forced abatements, which can be hundreds of thousands of dollars per site. And so we try to use our best judgment and be very, very selective when we engage in those activities. It has to meet the highest, the most pinnacle, public safety sort of threat for us to be able to exercise that, because it usually involves a tremendous amount of resources to accomplish those types of tasks. So I hope that
this particular example, that was about a half-acre parcel, and there were about a dozen people, multiple trailers, overwhelming the septic system, if they were even using it. And again, children were living on the site. And it just seems to me like, how did that situation exist for years? And they were basically squatting because the elderly gentleman that owned the property died, and they were there for a year or more after he died. So it just seems like multiple county agencies had to have been involved in this site. And now the property is vacated, and the new property owners are going to try to clean it up, but they're being told there's no money from the county to help them clean up this mess. So it just seems like the property never should have got to this point, it seems to me.
Agreed.
Supervisor McGordy?
Well, your list is impressive, and it's a long one, and I'm sure it'll take a while to get through, but I would be remiss if I didn't bring up the Redwood Valley MAC Community Action Plan. And tell me about the $30,000 you think it's going to spend to finally get through that. It seems like we spent a lot of staff time already, and it's kind of what are next steps that are going to be costly to finish this up?
Thank you for that question. So my estimate is based upon what it would typically cost to process a general plan amendment application through our office from a staff processing time. And then I put a little bit of cushion in there too, because I'm not quite sure what any level of CEQA analysis may require. But the typical process would be with receiving board direction, presumably on February 6th, which is when we will be bringing that item forward fully, to proceed with the current draft at that time. Then we would work with County Counsel's office to really evaluate, is this document sufficient as it's currently written right now? Do they have any concerns at this time? Then we would be initiating our process on the adoption. And we are not quite sure if it'll be adopted as part of the general plan or if it would be adopted as an independent document and then referenced in the general plan. There's a couple different options that can be considered. But so the staff time involved both include staff time from County Counsel's office, planning and building in that initial step. And then what will be required is referral of the document to outside agencies for any comments they may have. There's also a tribal consultation that occurs. And then it would be proceeding with preparing a staff report for the Planning Commission, including any required CEQA analysis. And then with receiving recommendation from the Planning Commission, then proceeding on to the Board of Supervisors, incorporating any comments you may have, and those final adoption documents. So I know it does sound like a hefty price tag. I am building in a bit of cushion there just to make sure that we're not overrunning that.
And in the end, they're just guidelines, so there's no review board or anything like that to go through, correct?
That is correct, and we'll talk about that more in February as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. It just seems like we've spent a huge amount of time on this, and I don't understand why it's such a complicated task. But this is your wheelhouse, so you understand. Right?
It's just time, and there's a process that's associated with it, so it does take time to get through that process. And again, we're not recommending to not do this work. We're suggesting that we just don't initiate work on it until fiscal year 24-25, which is just in July, where we would really start that work. And that's primarily because we have a really big wrap up with our inland zoning code update that we need to be firing on all cylinders in the next couple months. So it'd be challenging to dedicate time towards another long-range planning project during that time period. Yeah.
Okay. So I agree with my colleagues on the illegal camping, that we should still keep that as deprioritized, but on the list and not make it go away. And on the water extraction, so this is going to come up anyway, because we have the Ukiah Valley Groundwater Sustainability Agency, which is starting to get involved by reason of emergency orders from the governor. And I'm trying to work with our new UC Cooperative Extension hydrologist, along with Director Marlena and Deputy County Counsel Matthew Kudrowski, on trying to come up with a matrix on water permitting, because right now there's a lot of people that are stuck on hold, and the environmental health department's having a hard time getting through the process. So I kind of feel like we need to give an answer to people who've been in the queue for over a year and a half waiting for permits that probably the county doesn't even really have jurisdiction over, such as extracting water, surface water through the river channels, for instance. So I don't want to kick this thing away completely. Like Supervisor Haschak has said, I don't want this thing to completely die, because sooner or later we're going to have to deal with commercial wells. Now, all the other details that are in that ordinance about who gets to haul and how they haul and all of the other parts of it probably don't need to be dealt with completely right away, but the process of getting a permit for a commercial well, I think, still needs to be revisited at some point soon, because we will have another drought and there will be people selling water, and we're going to need to know that when they put their well in.
If I may, through the chair, just an additional comment on that. Something that the board could consider is possibly giving direction that we come back for an additional discussion on what that draft previously, the current draft that was prepared and discuss with having, counsel present at the table, environmental health present at the table, to really talk about what stays right now, what maybe is deferred, what stays in there, and then at that time really talk about where that fits into priorities for the various affected departments.
I like that idea.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, a few points. I think I voted against the water and mining. I think that was a 4-1. That being said, it doesn't seem fair for me to take another swing at it now and suggest that we don't do it, because I was never in favor for various reasons, like we can't afford it. I think the board needs to decide on what its process is. When we have too many items, do we start chopping stuff that we spend hours and hours on? Or do we tell staff we can't get to it now, we want to keep it on a list somewhere to revisit? Do we assign it back to an ad hoc? I'd be comfortable with Supervisor Haschek and his colleague, if there was one, going back to look at what the costs are. Is there a way to get the costs down? Do we need to rework it so that it makes sense? That seems smarter than just deleting it because we're short on resources this year, if you really believe in it. Mm-hmm. But I'm saying this as somebody who wasn't in favor of it, still isn't. I think we should rescind it. But in terms of process, I don't think we should go rescinding items because we're short on staff resources. If that's the pattern, we're going to spend the first half of this year giving directives and the second half deleting them. Okay, on the tents in Mendocino, the more I think about it, the more I recognize we didn't do the work. We met on the coast. We talked about this. We had a packed room, and now we're saying it's $20,000 of staff time, and we can use a traditional permitting process. The good news is I agree on the first slide, the priorities for this year, 100%. That's what we should work on. But this slide gives the public the impression that staff didn't like it then, doesn't like it now. Let's not do it. I don't think any of the arguments have changed since we discussed it and since we gave direction. We don't have a streamlined process. We treat putting up what looks like a Costco tent as putting a gas station in John's backyard, right? The level of regulation is so far out of whack, and that room was packed. There were people standing outside because they were so adamant on the county needs to fix this. It shouldn't be so hard to have a tent up. You probably have 400 people in favor and 1 against in that town. So I'm not comfortable rescinding it. Nothing has changed that makes me think we should rescind it. It may be that some of the other partners do their work and people figure out it's not viable because of water and sewer, and in the end, maybe it gets dropped because it's not feasible. But I don't think it should be on the county. We're going to get that blowback that we told them we were allowing this, and now we're going to rescind it, claiming $20,000 of staff time. Incidentally, I don't see the attached analysis on what that $20,000 represents. The same on the $30,000 for the RV Mac. I think if we're going to rescind based on costs, we need to show the public we've done an analysis when it comes to a round increment of $10,000. The public looks at that and thinks that it's more of an excuse than it is a legitimate funding issue. So back to, I think staff put a lot of work into this, and I'm 100% aligned. I haven't heard anybody say they're not on the priorities for this year. It's more, how do we clean up some of the other items? Do we remove them as directives? Do we record it somewhere else, like the deprioritization of private campgrounds? Maybe that doesn't need to be an open directive. Maybe the directive was to put it on a list of what to not enforce. That's done, so check it off. I'm comfortable with that if somebody wants to say it's on a list somewhere. I don't want to rescind it and then next week have people calling me that they're getting code enforcement complaints, triggering code enforcement to show up over something we said don't do.
If I may respond.
Yeah.
So I just want to know, I just pulled up what the entire motion is. So it included on that day deprioritizing enforcement of restaurant tents and coastal zoning for 1 year, and then facilitating collaboration between Mendocino City Community Services District, the Historic Review Board, the Coastal Commission, and the State Water Resources Control Board for a tent policy. So if the board would like to have this remain, then I would suggest that we focus more on those items that are underneath the planning and building wheelhouse, both from the Historic Review Board perspective and then also the permitting component.
Yeah, I don't know why we wouldn't do that is my overarching point. We gave direction. We all agreed on that. Why are we deleting it today?
Well,
It may be that part of the work for planning staff is in other counties, they ask, do you have water first before you can do the rest of the process? Maybe that's something we need to change so that people don't get a tent up and they're doing business and then here comes the state to ask, how are you extracting the water? Maybe we need to ask up front, do you have a water extraction permit that incidentally the state requires everywhere in the unincorporated? And then we're almost done. So I would rather, on these items that we think we passed and we think we don't have staff resources, I think staff should go back and work with the sponsor of the item to look at the cost analysis and figure out, is there a way we can't afford it? Can we change it slightly and bring it back to the board? Doing this all at once, just rescind, I don't think it's the best model for good government.
I'm happy to work with the maker of the motion on something that'll be workable for our office.
And Director, I don't mean to put you on the spot. This is more, how does the board want to work going forward? It's not specific to planning and building, but when we give too much of a workload, how do we pull back? Do we rescind? Do we reschedule? Does it go back to committee? What is our process as a board?
Supervisor McGordy?
I think it's a negotiation. You know, I think it's really important when we come up with our great ideas that we talk with Director Krog and say, is this, you know, is this something that you can do? And if it is something you can do, how much time is it going to take? And then when she comes back and says, I can do this, but I can't do it now, then we have a discussion about, okay, do we just wait and do everything as presented, or do we slim it down and make it simpler? I think it's a negotiation and on workload, because we do tend to heap a lot of work on both planning building services and county council in particular.
Is there any possibility in the case of RV Mac, Supervisor McGordy could work with the community to take some of the workload off of county staff? Would that reduce the cost? If the cost is on-site meetings and the number of meetings, maybe the supervisor could do that. Same thing in the town of Mendocino with the tents. If there's collaboration that needs to happen, maybe we don't need county staff there. Maybe the supervisor can help organize, collect the information, and bring it back to county staff. If I knew what the 30,000 represented, I may have some creative ways to bring that number down.
Well, that, through the chair, that's, I think, negotiations, again, to figure out how do we collectively do this. And I don't think that, you know, in the case of Redwood Valley Mac, that people aren't sympathetic to planning building services time and priorities, but yeah, they would like to work on it. If there was a way where they could help move things forward, they would definitely do it. So, and I think that prioritizing makes a lot of sense, and we've done that. You know, we know that health and human safety is the highest priority of most of what we do in our work, and then we work down the list from there. So that's my answer.
Well, I think I'd like to go back to the director and the CEO. So not everything can be a priority, and that's why we're here today. What I'm hearing from the board is that they'd like to postpone. I think what I'm hearing is the majority of the items, and that they don't want to take them completely off the list. I think it is really important to understand the staff workload and make sure that we are prioritizing things. I also think it's very important to understand that ad hocs and other work that board members do don't necessarily come without staff time. And depending on the work that's being done, it could be a considerable amount of staff time, to the point where it might have been more effective to just have staff do it on their own without the electeds involved. So I do want to talk a little bit about, as Supervisor Williams mentioned, the process. Can we postpone these items and just keep them on a list? And is there something that the supervisors can do to support you? Do you feel, Director Krog, that you have that open door for a supervisor to schedule a meeting and for you to get enough information to be able to, for instance, update an ordinance, that type of thing? Or do you feel that it would need to also have county staff there?
Thank you for that question. I think that certainly some items are easy for us to address with a specific supervisor, but others really do require the input of the full board. So that's where I think at times that is a workload to put together an item to come before the board to have a fruitful discussion too. So I think that's where there may be items that, you know, like we track all of these. We're going to keep these. Any that I'm recommending deferment for, we are going to keep those on a spreadsheet where we'll be tracking those. It's just not going to be something we're actively working on during this fiscal year. And then at the start of next fiscal year, we would come back before the board and really talk about, are there some of these items that should be addressed this year, such as, you know, we talked about the inland short-term rental, vacation home rental ordinance. When we come around for budget adoption, we'll talk about what the goals are for the department for that next fiscal year, and that'll be an opportunity to have further discussion with the board. And if it's more appropriate, we can work with the CEO's office and have a separate agenda item to discuss those rather than doing it during the budget presentations.
Thank you. Supervisor Hashak?
Yeah, just going back to the regulations of water extraction. You know, we've been waiting on this for 1.5 years. And so to say we're going to wait longer without really exactly knowing why we need to wait. You know, if there's decision points that you need to know, or county council needs to know what the board's thinking, then let us know, put it in a document. Give us the questions or whatever, the decision points, because it's just gone on too long and we need to do something. So a 1.5 years ago, we said, let's send it to the Planning Commission, have them work on it. And, you know, we're sitting here 1.5 years later wondering, oh, how much longer are we going to wait? So I would appreciate if you could come back with some really clear decision points. And do you have any idea when that would come back?
I will have to check with the other affected departments as well, because I know there would be some internal meetings that we would need to make sure happen in preparing an agenda item and then talking with the clerk as well. Tentatively, I would say no sooner than probably March or April at this point. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I just as a trial run, I would move that we approve the presentation and recommendations, replacing rescind with postpone.
So I would second that, but with the items that are being postponed for the department to work with the sponsoring supervisors to see if there's a way to move them forward as quickly as possible.
So the maker agrees.
If I could just add one little editorial. So I think in some ways we maybe verbalize our frustration at times with the planning and building department or county council, because you know what? You guys are actually in the room. We've got other department heads who never show up, who lay low, are never really accountable because they're never in the room. So I just want to point that out, and I do recognize that.
Thank you. Director Krog?
Just one I guess request for the consideration of the board as part of these motions. If you could consider deeming complete several of the items, such as the temporary camping, incorporating, sorry, let me get my list in front of me. Actually, I'm going to pull it up on the screen so we can all look at the same thing. So I've been amending this as we've been talking. So I have the first one here, keeping the commercial wells, the water hauling discussion, and what I have right now, it says come back to the board with affected departments and discuss the current draft. I think I understand where we're at for the doubling of the densities. What I would ask is that we deem complete this discussion and possible action to repeal the inclusionary housing ordinance. We are addressing that as part of our inland zoning code update. So I'm not sure if it needs to remain. I'm happy to track it until it's formally adopted, but I don't know that it has to remain something that we're tracking because we're already working on it.
So I'm going to give you an opinion. Maybe my colleagues will disagree. I think we should mark items complete when they're actually complete, rather than we think we're getting close.
Okay.
Because if we, just as metrics, if we want to look back and say, well, how long does it take to accomplish blank? if you mark it off that it's done 6 months earlier, we're going to give you more tasks thinking that you have the resources. Look, it only took X months to do blank. Chair's probably going to scold me, but we're doing this in a spreadsheet. Shouldn't we be doing this in some sort of tracking tool? And I almost worry that the burden of doing it in the spreadsheet means you have to look at it, you have to scroll past it, like you're using a lot of staff time just managing the list. And if that's the motivation to get rid of it, I totally understand, and I almost want to bend and say, you know, check it off so you don't have to. But I thought we were moving to a tracking system so that we wouldn't have that burden. What is that tracking system one of these 6 priorities?
So,
Here comes the
CEO,
scolding.
there's no scolding. I think that, you know, that staff has been directed to use other forms of tracking, and I'm sure Director Krog is working on that with her team. Perhaps it was not prepared in advance of today's meeting. We know that that has been direction that the board has given. I understand your concerns, Supervisor Williams, but I don't want to add another directive to the directives we're trying to get rid of.
Can I add it to IT or somebody that's not in the room?
Director Krog.
Sorry.
If I may, I'll just respond that I think Chair Mulherin is correct. The direction or the item where that was discussed about a different tracking tool was the December 19th agenda. So between that and this item, there was approximately 2 weeks of staff time. So it was just not ready for this item.
So, I mean, this is a collaborative effort, right? And I'm very thankful, and I think you're on a great track. Not criticism at all. I'm thinking as a county, we could do better. The tracking, some sort of tracking system would allow us to have all of the findings to date, so that if Supervisor McGordy wonders, why does it cost $30,000? He's not just looking at a slide, but he can look at the chronology of research that went in, what the findings were, you know, the attached estimate of hours. That probably exists, and you have it, and you know, if you displayed it all, it would be like this box of 350 paper somebody handed me earlier. And so I appreciate that it's reduced to a concise slide, but I think the supervisors need a way to look at that raw information, and having that feedback loop, it will probably guide us so that we give less ridiculous direction in the future, knowing what you know, all the stumbling blocks that I don't get that feedback. I get this will cost $20,000. You should get rid of it. Yeah, something more like that. And I think the state information for an item should contain. Is it currently blocked? Who's it blocked on? I have a feeling but planning and building is often blocked on county council. We have one land use attorney, and you know, he's really busy. If the board knew that, we would probably be careful about giving tasks that you need a land use attorney primarily. But I don't have that visibility on these items like the movable tiny homes. I know it's being incorporated in the inland zoning. I don't know when that's coming to us, and I don't know what incorporated means. Does that mean what we directed will be in there? It does. What's the staff time to leave this item on the list and check it off when that inland zoning code is complete?
There's no staff time necessarily involved with continuing to track it, other than that it's something that if we give an update to the board, we have to at least give some level of an update associated with it. So, I mean, it's not a significant expense of time, but it's just, I guess for myself, when I'm considering that the direction's been given and we're incorporating it into a document, it's not, in my mind, voluntary whether or not that item is going to be part of that document going forward. But like I said, I'm more than happy to continue tracking it until it's fully adopted and complete.
Well, it may just be my misunderstanding of the process. So if we remove the directive today, the work will still be tracked and will be complete.
Correct.
I'm comfortable removing that directive. The temporary camping, do we need a directive for that, or is that memorialized somewhere?
That's part of the inland zoning code update as well.
But that inland zoning code isn't approved yet, hasn't even been presented. So if we don't have the directive, is there any possibility that code enforcement gets calls and responds and cites people? Or is there an internal understanding that it's in the inland zoning code, it's coming, and we're not going to enforce it today?
Based upon the board adopted priorities from December 19th for the Code Enforcement Division, that type of activity would not rise to the level of, it would still fit into that deprioritization unless it was a risk to public health and safety. I discussed it with our code enforcement manager that she agreed that we had that coverage already from the existing or the adopted adopted priorities for the department for code enforcement.
I'm comfortable removing that directive now that I have a better understanding.
There were two directives, Director Krog, I think that you were recommending removal, and that was the temporary camping and the movable tiny homes. And I believe you did have a second. So Supervisor Jurdy, are you agreeable to removing those two items? Yes. Okay, I mean, a nod in affirmative. We do need to open this item up for public comment. If there are no more pins in the room, please come forward and state your name for the record.
CA, I'd like to just comment on the recommendation about delaying working on towards an amendment for the accommodation zones and prohibition zones pertaining to cannabis. While we appreciate and we understand the need, obviously, they're at 100% capacity and they don't have the time or the money or resources, I feel it's very important to understand that there needs to be a moratorium placed in the ordinance to prevent any new petitions coming forward for prohibition until this amendment can be worked out and properly introduced into the ordinance. I mean, it is a great point of anxiety and stress for cultivators currently, or any prospective people looking to apply for a license to know that they could be in a community at any given moment. Some neighbors can get together and form a petition to remove your business that you've invested and put hard-earned time, money, and energy and your heart into, and have to leave within a few years period of time. While it's been identified that there is a need for an amendment, if we're going to delay having that discussion, it is imperative that we put a moratorium in the actual ordinance officially, that we're not going to be discussing any new petitions until we can get to a conclusion with an amendment from staff time and give them the proper time, energy that they need, because it sounds like it might not even be something that could be explored next year and maybe even pushed off further down the road from then. So with that, and we also included this in our memo on the next item where we address changes in the cannabis ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public?
Good afternoon, Hannah Nelson. I wonder, I support Steve Amato's comments on behalf of MCA, and also wonder if this is another one of those things that is being folded into the inland code update, in which case that kind of takes care of itself if that's coming in front of the board or the planning commission and then the board soon. But I do support the moratorium, and I also would suggest that Director Krog get in writing from Supervisor Williams that the less ridiculous directions will in fact be made in the future. So, thank you.
Thanks, Hannah.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wish to come forward? I'm not seeing any in the room, so I'm going to go online. First to caller ending in phone number 2452, and then to Paul Hansberry.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Jim Shields. I want to address the commercial well and water hauling ordinance. Just so we're all on the same page here. Any concerns that that planning and building may have over costs to implementing this ordinance regarding the need or necessity hiring of a county hydrologist, I think that's been disposed of. Secondly, this committee was called together to solve a problem that was occurring 2 years ago outside of the Ukiah Valley in the unincorporated areas of the county, dealing with both the mostly unpermitted drilling of new water wells that were adversely impacting neighboring wells. And we were also at that time under, I believe, the third emergency order regarding drought. And the committee was directed to move with all speed to draft and present to the Board of Supervisors an ordinance to resolve those various problems, which we did. And that ordinance now has been sitting on the shelf gathering dust. And what we're hearing now is that staff is not going to, it appears staff is going to have the time, and there is not the funding to carry out the implementation of this ordinance. If that's the case, then just looking at the normal workload of the supervisors with all of the various actions and decisions that you make, then I'm assuming this is going to be an ongoing consideration that the supervisors are going to have to make on each and every action that they take. And I think it's really unfortunate that this particular decision that was made by the Board of Supervisors when they approved the proposed commercial well water hauling ordinance with the full expectations that it would be reviewed by the Planning Commission, County Counsel's office would review it, and then return it to the supervisors for final action. That has not occurred. It's looking more and more like it's not going to occur. And I believe this is a tremendous disservice to the people of this county and those people who served and worked for over a year to bring that proposed ordinance forward. Thank you.
Paul Hansberry.
Yes, this is Paul Hansberry with Lovingly and Legally. The accommodation and prohibition zones was very interesting, the way that was drafted in the beginning, where there was a sunsetting for the accommodation zone and the in perpetuity for the prohibition zones. As we've seen, the prohibition zones have been sort of abused by this, and it's been a waste of time for the staff and a lot of wasted money for people that were frivolously trying to have a prohibition zone where it was already prohibited, and there was no way of equal for accommodation zones. I think that what Mr. Amato had proposed was at the very least, a fair way to address it. But I think that if you're going to continue to have the prohibition zones, you must at least have the ability to reopen the accommodation zones. The cannabis program is struggling to begin with, and if you don't have things that could incentivize people to want to join the program, you're just going to find a stronger black market and more people dropping out of the program because of the onerous nature of it, as well as the fear of just, the neighborhood vigilanteism that could have you just shut down at their whim. So I think that needs to be addressed. I think that you should either just put a stay on it until you can address it and have no more consideration for a prohibition zone, or at the very least include an accommodation zone or a pathway for that. There was talk of having the one or the other only being introduced by a supervisor or a planning commissioner. Something as simple as that. I think it's a very important issue for the cannabis program, and the way that it shook out, that it played out, is unfair to the community and to the cultivators at large. Thank you very much.
I'm not seeing any additional comments online, so I'd like to go back in the room and then turn it back over to the board. Supervisor Williams?
Why does it cost $15,000 in 9 to 12 months to make the cannabis accommodation changes? I mean, when I look at those, I'm sure there's a reason. It's not a rhetorical question, but I imagine Supervisor Hatchek could go home tonight and he could draft it and bring it back, and the board passes it and we're done. Why? How do we get from that to it's $15,000 in 9 to 12 months?
If I may, so the direction that was provided, we actually think that we'll need to come back before this board and ask for clarification on the direction that was given before we can begin drafting. And then additionally, we believe that depending on the extent of changes, some of the changes discussed, we think would warrant going back to the Planning Commission for their report and recommendation, and then returning back to the board, including any required CEQA review.
And that's $15,000.
Yes.
If that's, I mean, the problem, if that's $15,000 in 9 to 12 months, we're not going to get much done, right? You look at what we're trying to do, and we don't have the resources for it. So we've got to find a way to streamline this. Maybe this is a project you put out an RFP and see, maybe there's an attorney that'll do it for $1,000. And I know this is going to cause panic, right? You have somebody else do it. You have John do it, Ted work on it, and it's not going to be quite like if staff did it. I can promise there'll be some holes in right? Because we don't have the education in planning and the experience. But if we have two options, one is 15,000 in 9 to 12 months as a pattern, and we can't accomplish much, or we have to wing it. Ted and John get together on a weekend and they draft it and we go with it. We may have to lean a little bit more towards not being as perfect, because otherwise we're just not going to, like that water extraction, it'll be years. John, you'll be retired before that goes in, and by then they'll delete it saying it's been on here for 6 years, let's get rid of it. We've got to find a way to be more efficient, and I don't think staff can. I think you're 100%. And you came up with those priorities and says that's what you can do for a year. I don't think we should push any more work. I'm saying outside of that process, we've got to find a way to get some of these tasks done. Maybe there's somebody in the room that would draft one for us for now. Shaking her head.
If I may, I think the reason you see these timelines provided is because we have to balance the numerous other items. It's not, when you give a direction, that's not our sole focus. So it's working it into the department's existing work plan, and then there's certain processes. It takes time to do planning. I know nobody likes that, but it does take time to do planning work and ordinance drafting because of what that process entails.
Yeah.
I think what Director Krog is saying is and I hope that it's clear to the board, it's not as though they'll be working on this only for the next 9 to 12 months. Just the processes of noticing and going to Planning Commission, and the entire process is going to just take a considerable amount of time. I mean, I appreciate the amount of effort that went into preparing this item for today. It is part of my expectations of all of our staff that if the board provides a directive, that they do that directive, whether or not it's listed on a list on a spreadsheet or some other kind of special IT software. It's my expectation that it would be completed. I also think and agree that supervisors, if they have specific items that they're very passionate about, should try to accomplish as much as possible, and then work with staff to bring the item forward. So we do have a motion. Can we have, do you need more direction?
I have very clear direction. I updated the color coding, so I know exactly what's there. So,
okay, thank you. Would you like to read the motion back, or we got it? Okay, roll call. Oh, Supervisor Hashek?
It would be good to read it back.
So the motion from Supervisor Williams is to approve the recommendations with amending rescind to postpone. Staff to work with the sponsoring supervisor of directive and work towards a way for the items to come back faster, and to remove the mobile tiny homes and camping items from the directives list.
And do we need to put that the water extraction will come back in several months by April?
Supervisor Williams?
I thought we were at 100% without doing that. So we're going to give something up if we, is there,
If we bring back the water extraction before next fiscal year, which would be after July, it will need to delay other items. So would you like to delay another item in order to have that come back within the next couple of months?
Well, my understanding was that it could come back in the next few months, and that, yeah, if we had to delay something, I would look at surface mining reclamation ordinance update, and it seems like that's part of the water extraction and mining ordinance.
what does the board have any feeling on putting some of this out to RFP? Maybe we don't go with the bid, but see what the market tells us it'll cost, like the water extraction.
So again, I would look towards the director and the CEO, but things still cost money, whether we do them ourselves or we send them out to RFP. And also there's additional staff time that's required to prepare an RFP, to send it out, to track it. And it may not always be more economically, it might not be an improvement if that were to be the case. I think that I trust, and they can confirm that they evaluate these types of things when they're trying to figure out how much things are going to cost, what their capacity is, and that's why they brought this item back to the board. Did you evaluate an RFP scenario for any of these items?
Certainly that's always something that's in our mind about whether or not it's something that we should be contracting out for, but I will say generally that the cost is likely going to be higher than what you would be paying for county staff. And there still is a county staff burden that's associated with that, as well as the time frame just to get somebody under contract can actually make this longer than when you have it done in-house.
Supervisor McGordy?
So I prefer to keep stuff in-house, quite honestly, because when we have consultants on things, a lot of times it's more difficult to work with them than it is with their own staff. And in the case of this ordinance, it sort of was written by consultants. The ad hoc and the committee that was convened was pretty reputable. I mean, they had some good creds. We had someone who was retired from the U.S. Geologic Survey, who was a hydrologist, who assisted in trying to figure out what the metrics would be to evaluate a well. So I don't know that we'd speed stuff up much. I think the supervisor's involvement helps. I know that rather than just say, go do this, where we actually have some skin in the game, I think that makes a difference in terms of how things move. And I think our team's been pretty good as a board. We've been pretty involved in trying to move forward things we think are important. So that's just my own opinion. I mean, there may be times where something is really complicated, where maybe there isn't the internal expertise or bandwidth to handle a particular project, but I think it's very case by case, and I think a lot of the stuff that we have on our list today could be done eventually by this group here.
Director Krog, can the regulations of water extraction and mining be incorporated in the surface mining and reclamation ordinance update? And in what ways would it postpone that update to move the water extraction item forward?
So I would not include it in the surface mining ordinance update, because that ordinance, that update is being required to establish consistency with state law. This water extraction ordinance, what we've talked about is I don't think it would live underneath Title 22 where we currently have the surface mining regulations. This would likely live in a different chapter, possibly I think Title 9 was something that we had talked about. So I don't think that they actually go hand in hand. The surface mining ordinance, that's for consistency with state law, so I do really want to continue to have that. It is not, the State Division of Mining and Geology is going to be making that it's a mandatory requirement, so we want to make sure that we get this done before we become out of compliance. So I would like to see that remain on there. Now, I understand the desire to address the water hauling, so my suggestion would be that, as long as it's not a top priority for the department, there still can be internal discussions that may occur over the next several months, but it wouldn't be the top priority, the departments focusing on it, and I do still think that we need to come back to the board for additional discussion and direction on that ordinance. To make it so it's implementable from a county staff perspective, because we do have limitations from resources from the departments that would actually be handling the enforcement and processing of those applications that we do need to discuss with the full board. So my suggestion would be that it remains as the current motion and second has been, where it's just it's on the list. It's postponed at this time, and knowing that we understand the board's desire to see this move forward next fiscal year, and our affected departments can be trying to work on that in our copious spare time.
What, on the cannabis item, 15,000, 9 to 12 months to amend it, what would it take to just delete it? Like, is that what we're at? Maybe my agenda items in the future are just removal. That's all we can afford. We're gonna have to fix the county. We're moving one ordinance at a time. But seriously, would that be a cost that we could afford just to get rid of it? Because if I would have known that at the time, that would have been my motion, right? We can't change the language. That's too costly. Just get rid of it, 100%. Select all, delete.
Well, Supervisor Williams, it wasn't your motion, so I think that's
well, it would have been.
Well, and honestly,
I think this is the thing that we have supervisors that are passionate about certain items and directives, and also supervisors really need to, I think, have a very clear understanding, especially during board meetings, about the impact to the workload, about the costs, and about the timelines, because as Supervisor Williams stated, some directives may not have been issued in the first place.
Chair.
Mr. Williams.
I can't be part of fixing the county if I'm told we can't afford to make any changes. And that's kind of what it comes back to. I mean, I look at, and this is not county staff, I believe they're 100% allocated. But the problem I have is I can't do anything because there's no money, there's no staff time. There's a reason everything escalates to the point that we can't do it. Glenn's trying to fix water. He'll never get there. If we can't make these minor edits in this document, you're not going to fix the water problem in the water agency. Everybody has something that they want to address. The rate of productivity from this board with the tools we have, it's like we might as well give up. So I'm asking, how do we change that dynamic? Somehow, you have to give me some way to propose a change and we can actually afford to make it. And I understand if we're talking about building a bridge somewhere, we're broke, we can't do it. But this is changing words in a document. What do we do?
Director Krug, and then I'll go to Supervisor Hashak.
Sure. If responding to the initial question about just deleting it, that's something I don't want to answer on the fly, because you also have, I'm not sure if we're talking just prohibition districts or if we're talking accommodation districts, and then there's a whole series of...
You're saying we can't even afford to delete it.
well, I'm just not sure of the repercussions that may occur to cultivators as well by deleting it, for especially the accommodation districts. Prohibition, I think, is a different animal, so to speak. The accommodation, that may have some real impacts. But, in terms of change and making ordinances and wanting to make incremental change, I think, the board gives direction. I think the challenge is you do have finite resources. We are a rural county. We're not a huge amount of staff. And so we really do have to focus on what are the highest priority items. And while everything, I understand is important, every item has a group of constituents that are extremely passionate about the item, but it is really important that we have to prioritize, though, because we don't have unlimited resources. We do have finite resources, and I don't think we're going to be hiring a whole bunch of more staff in the near future to be able to tackle these as quickly as possible. But they are still, like I said, our office is just maxed out, and we want to make sure it's clear that we're not ignoring these directives. We just have to defer them to a later point in time.
The most responsible thing you can do as a director is say you're at 100%, you can't take on more. So I respect that, and I don't want to push more on your plate than you can do, because then I know I'll be part of a board that's asking, why isn't it done? So that's not my issue so much as we've got a board that doesn't have resources. And it's going to be really frustrating for the 5 of us to not get anything done. Wow. Maybe you don't solve it here, but somehow we have to solve this. This has been going on for a long time. No matter what we try to do, we can't.
Supervisor Hashak?
Well, remember that the accommodation and prohibition zone was brought to us by County Counsel in December, and that we had that discussion. And that was County Counsel wanting us to discuss it. So, and we did come up with ideas. So, just to throw it out at this point doesn't seem respectful for the work we've done. And you've said that before. As far as the water extraction, it's frustrating, and I feel the frustration of many people who worked on this very hard. And Supervisor McGordy and I worked for like a year on it. And when we have something like that that comes to the board approves it, and then it languishes for a year and a half. And then we're told, well, we don't have the resources now, so we have to put it off. I thought we were going to have some internal discussions and come back maybe in March or April and have the board decide the path forward, if there were these decisions to be made. So that's what I'm looking forward to. I'm not looking forward another 6-month delay and I know it's not your top priority, but I would like to see it worked on.
Okay, I'm not seeing any additional pins. Director Krog, do you have what you need to move forward still?
I do, thank you.
Roll call, please.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
Chair Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yeah.
Supervisor McGordy?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much for your time today.
Thanks for the great presentation.
We are scheduled for a break at this point, so I'd like to take 10 minutes. We'll come back at 3:15.
Emergency. Are you prepared? We're the Office of Emergency Services, and we're committed to providing the most up-to-date and accurate information so that you and your family can stay safe during an emergency. Visit mendoready.org. It's our one-stop shop for emergency information. You can sign up for emergency alerts, find your pre-established evacuation zone on our current emergencies map, and find hazard and preparedness information.
Imagine you're faced with a disaster such as a wildfire, and you're ordered to evacuate. I'll bet you wish you had more time in that moment. Now's your chance to buy yourself that time. Sign up for Nixle and Mendo Alerts on our website, mendoready.org. Do it today.
If you want your family to be as resilient as possible, it's important to take some time today and visit mendoready.org, where you can look up your pre-established evacuation zones on our current emergencies map. You can also find important tools to help maintain your situational awareness, such as the Alert California wildfire cameras and the Caltrans road conditions cameras. We hope you'll take some time today to prepare so that your family can be Mendo ready. Thank you.
Personally, I think everybody could benefit from the home visiting programs.
I think that as a parent now, I'm grateful for support more than I was before.
I filled out that form not knowing what I was doing. I am very, very grateful that I did it because it's really helping me a lot.
Bueno, creo que por mi parte esperaba algo totalmente diferente, como un programa más frío, por decir algo, no tan cercano a la familia. Y a través del programa nos hemos dado cuenta que también pasa a ser una familia con nosotros porque nos apoya en los momentos difíciles o cuando nos hemos visto en dificultades.
Well, I was a new mom and I had no experience taking care of a newborn.
There isn't like a book on how to raise a kid.
We come from like a lot of family history of, drugs, violence, alcoholism, so we didn't want our daughter to experience any of that.
The thought that a parent was supposed to be loving, nurturing, supposed to be there for their kid, provide food, shelter, joy, and going in, becoming a parent for her, I had no clue how to provide that.
Cómo pensar educarla, cómo educar a un hijo porque pues nosotros nunca, es la primera vez que íbamos a ser padres.
What I think parents should know about home visiting is that you can learn a lot of new things and tips and tricks, how to take care of the baby and what to do, and if you're, stuck in a routine and everything being monotonous, like they give you new resources and new tools how to handle parenthood.
It was nice to have them kind of guiding me, even though I was not a first-time mom. I felt like a first-time mom.
It totally blew my mind over time. So much information that I had no idea about. She was straightforward when, teaching me this stuff and answered any of my questions. It's just a really positive experience.
What I think that parents could benefit with the program is just having someone here for you, especially for first-time parents. It can be very isolating and it can be very lonely. And having the home visitor changes that, and it feels very good.
For me, having a home visitor is like having a second mom there.
A lot has changed. I'm definitely more knowledgeable taking care of her. And I know that anytime I need advice or help from somebody, I can just call her.
It's just that little positive nudge to, hey, I'm noticing something, let's find a way how to change it. And she's like, you know what, Amanda, let's pick you up, dust you off, and let's go over to, see about either getting your driver's license or seeing about, going to college, see if we can start something for you.
It's totally worth it. Like, even if you're on the fence at first, you don't feel like having a stranger coming in your house and teaching you about your little one, do it anyway. You get the help that you need. You get professional advice on things you may not know about your child. The fact that the program has no fees or anything, it's all totally free, is fantastic.
Yo creo que si conozco a alguien que está próxima a ser mamá, lo primero que haría sería recomendarle el programa porque te entrega mucho apoyo, mucha información y más que nada como apoyo emocional, una guía, te da una visión diferente de cómo es ser papá aquí, quizás en este país.
Sí, pues es un bonito programa porque pues es buena persona la señora y los ha atendido muy bien.
Pensé que nada más iba a ser un programa de orientación quizás para los nuevos padres, pero creo que nos llevamos una linda sorpresa porque Gaby es una persona muy cercana a nosotros, es como parte de nuestra familia, siempre ha estado dispuesta a ayudarnos y a escucharnos con nuestras dudas sobre la paternidad y en nuestro caso que estamos solos en este país ha sido como de mucha ayuda.
Es un gran apoyo para nuevos padres y más aún si están en nuestra situación, que somos extranjeros, que nuestra familia y amigos, como dice Carla, están en otro país, lejos. Entonces sí, viene muy bien el programa para apoyarse tanto emocional y como anímicamente y bueno, en varios aspectos del programa que nos ayuda a seguir adelante con esta nueva aventura.
Te ayuda como a ver los distintos recursos que tiene la comunidad para nuevos papás, entonces creo que es de gran ayuda.
No queda mucho que agregar, pero lo veo de la misma forma.
Que hemos aprendido algunas cosas aquí y pues los han ayudado, como este programa los ha ayudado para seguir creciendo a la bebé, como con buenos consejos y así.
Sí, y creo que también ha sido muy importante el tema de apoyarnos con el libro y saber qué actividades hacer con Máximo de acuerdo a su edad, cómo estimularlo, cómo cuidarlo de los peligros de la casa, como cosas que uno como papá nuevo no conoce, claro.
Pues a mí me gustaría que lo siguiéramos visitando aquí en la biblioteca de Covelo. Está tranquilo y muy bonito aquí.
Cuando no nos podemos reunir, nos comunicamos por Zoom o una llamada telefónica o por texto.
Donde nos visite, porque ha sido nuestra casa, a veces nosotros vamos a Wellits y puede ser en el parque. Gaby llega, hacemos un resumen de cómo ha ido nuestra semana o qué hemos hecho de nuevo, cómo va el trabajo. Luego hacemos las actividades del libro Vemos si podemos hacer un juguetito nuevo para Máximo, a veces ella lo evalúa, cómo está su sentido motriz, qué ha aprendido de nuevo, nuevas palabras, y jugamos un ratito y conversamos.
A mí personalmente también me ayudó mucho a obtener mi licencia a conducir, que era un objetivo que teníamos en cuanto a la familia,
sí.
para poder estar tranquilos, así que encuentro que ha sido fundamental el apoyo.
El objetivo del programa es que las familias estén bien, y que las familias estén bien significa niños felices, niños sanos, y eso en un futuro es adultos sanos y un mundo mejor. Entonces está bueno.
Thank you. We're going to move on to item number 4F, discussion and possible action, including introduction and waive first reading of an ordinance amending Chapter 10A.17 of the Mendocino County Code to further streamline the cannabis cultivation permitting process, and adoption of CEQA resolution regarding an addendum to the previously adopted mitigated negative declaration. And we will start this item with Jared Schwass.
Thank you, Chairman Mahorn. And good afternoon, Board. CEO Antle, Assistant County Counsel Charlotte Scott. Over the past several months, and the department and staff has worked with the community and the General Government Committee, including several meetings, to put together the proposed ordinance amendment that's in front of you today. In the included packet is a staff report that covers the proposed changes that resulted from those prior meetings and the past month's work. However, some additional changes were recently requested and revisions have been made. Rather than go through the entire staff report, I'll just highlight some of the major changes. And then after I highlight some major changes, I'll go through the additional revisions that were made to the ordinance amendment, because those are not included in the staff report. So some of the highlighted changes that are being proposed are the board-directed extension of a CCBL from renewals every 5 years to every year. The revision of the fence requirement to align with the DCC regulations, essentially removing the fence requirement and requiring security regulations that align with the DCC. Revised definitions of mixed light and outdoor cultivation to allow light deprivation growing methods for outdoor, which is similar to state regulations. We had the ability for the Ag Department to request track and trace data so it can generate a crop report. We added sections regarding modification and renewals to provide the department with the ability to standardize those processes. We allow the transfer of CCCBL applications, which currently are not allowed to be transferred, and then we revised the setback requirements. Are there any questions before I go into the most recent change request and most recent revisions to the ordinance amendment?
I actually think it would be very helpful if you could go into the most recent change requests and the revisions.
So I'll go line by line and discuss those. So there were several requests that were made on Monday that some of them did not pop up during our meetings and our work with the community and the General Government Committee. And the department and staff reviewed these requests, and they fell into three buckets. One was that the department and staff agreed with the requested changes, implement them, and that's the ordinance before you today. And then another bucket is that The requested change would require additional discussion to properly implement, and since it is important for the department to get this ordinance changed, because there is a number of applications that are being on hold right now that can get processed rather quickly with this ordinance amendment. And without this ordinance amendment, they would require additional review and would be continued to be held up. And then the third bucket is requests that the department did not agree with. And so first we will discuss the requests that the department didn't agree with. So these are proposed changes to the proposed ordinance amendment. And so I'm gonna, like I mentioned, I'm just gonna discuss the requested changes that were not implemented. On page 3. On page 3 through 4, there's addition. The request was to add canopy areas to the definition of mixed light, and to the revised definition of mixed light, and the revised definition of outdoor cultivation. The department believes that this would this inclusion would implicitly allow the use of supplemental lighting outside the canopy areas. There is already within the definition of outdoor cultivation, there is the allowable use of using supplemental lighting to maintain vegetative starts in immature plants, which can exist outside the canopy area. So the department believes that the addition of this would increase any potential environmental impact and would require further environmental review. Additionally, let me skip down to page 15. But before I get there, there was a request to implement language regarding R&D, or research and development. This request falls into the bucket of needs further discussion to implement. We would need to further define research and development before putting it in, and we just, rather than squeezing it in last minute, we request that this move to a GGC meeting at a later date and have staff time to properly implement it and provide it into the code section. And then we move down to page 15. This is requested changes regarding generator usage. We did remove this deletion as the requested change moved it at the bottom. We just removed that deletion. It made sense. The disagreement is removing the requirement to have a noise analysis. That requirement is part of the MND, and so in order to remove that, the county would have to, in our opinion, would have to do a very more intensive environmental study and a revision of the EIR. The staff has noted that there's comments about the performance of accredited acoustical mechanism, or that they would provide a list of allowable mechanisms or devices to prepare the analysis. Department will provide such information if it hasn't so far. And then move down to page 16. There was a request to, been an ongoing request to not implement the addition of the track and trace data requirement, which would allow the Department of Agriculture and the department to request track and trace data from CCBL license holders. As I mentioned, the Department of Ag has been strong on this, and it helps them develop generate an crop report. So far, responses to requested surveys have been minimal, and there's been a difficulty in the ag department producing the ag report, or the crop report, sorry, and taking those recommendations, we are recommending the inclusion of this track and trace requirement. The CCBL holders are already required to maintain this information. This allows the county to request specific data from CCBL holders. Then on page 9, we have removed the term treasurer tax collector because the fees are not paid. They are paid to the department, but the payment of the required fee shall be provided to, well, we kept it to the department so it's specific and not broad as in just the county. Moving down to the requested change to, rather than, this is for the assignment of phase 1 applications. The current proposed requirement is to require the valid proof of prior cultivation. The requested change is to just have listed require an embossed receipt or CCBL. The CCBL, this is for an application, so the CCBL would not have been issued at this point. And also the embossed receipt is contained within what a proof of prior cultivation would be, because if an individual has an embossed receipt, they have already been approved of having prior cultivation. And so these requested changes would, in our opinion, would unnecessarily narrow the requirement. I think further down on this page, the request is to combine the assignment process with the new proposed modification process. The department believes that these two processes should be separated. The issue is, which one do you review first, the requested assignment or the requested modification to an application? The department has agreed that it'll allow the CCBL holder or the applicant to make a determination of which one they would prefer process be first, either the modification or the assignment. There's a request regarding the added language to these new proposed amendment, ordinance amendment, which states that if the department has to make an external referral of an application, that if there's no response within 30 days, that the department can move the application forward if all other requirements of Chapter 10A17 are satisfied. There's a requirement to insert concrete operations of law deadlines so that essentially that the applications would move forward at a certain time regardless of review status. Given the complexity of applications and the complexity of issues that could arise, the department does need some allowances and deviation for its review, and some applications just would take additional time to review. So when there would be additional analysis that would be needed and of potential environmental impacts if these concrete deadlines were required. So that request was not implemented. Go down to page 26. This is a request for the proposed amendment adds the ability for the department to extend compliance plans. Right now, CCBL can be issued if there's found non-compliance, a CCBL can be issued with the CCBL applicant entering into a compliance plan. Previously, before this proposed amendment, those compliance plans were restricted to only being valid for 1 year. The new proposed amendment allows the department to extend those on a yearly basis, showing good faith of the applicant coming into compliance. The requested language is to shall not be unreasonably withheld. This was not implemented. The department understands that they will be reasonable with it, but there does need to be standards in the compliance plan, and the addition of this language would significantly weaken their ability to hold individuals accountable to a compliance plan. This request, the next request was to add language regarding following. There is following section in the tax code, and the department did not believe it was necessary to add an additional following section to 10817 when it can be found in the tax code. The next change was the request to add a notice of application stay what the recommended language is, what the proposed recommended language is if cultivation of cannabis is found on, these are, let me back up, apologize. These are instances and occurrences that would allow for denial of an application, and one of them is if the cultivation of cannabis or activities related to preparing cultivation site are not compliant with the chapters of 10A17 or not consistent with the application as submitted, whether it's discovered during a site inspection or other inspection. And then the added language was, and the applicant failed to modify the application within the time frame by the department or into a compliance plan. The requested change is to add the notice of application stay. It was the department's understanding that this would add a loophole. That's essentially if they would be able, individuals would be able to just put in an application stay, indicate that they're not cultivating, and make no further changes to their application, make no further changes to the site. So it is the department's opinion that this would diminish the need to come into the program. The next requested change was the change the word from viable to possible. The department prefers the language viable. It is a broader language that is preferable, and then the last change that was not included was this requested language regarding renewals and modifications. Currently, as drafted, the new renewal and modification language provides the department with the discretion to adopt forms and policies and what it would require for such modifications and renewals. What the requested language was to build in concrete instances when a modification would be quickly reviewed, or if it would go through a more detailed review process. And with the current proposed language, the department has the discretion to implement that through policies and forms, and it will allow it the discretion and the ability to adapt to a changing environment as needed. If we codify it, then it becomes much more difficult if instances change, if circumstances, environments change. It becomes much more difficult for the department to make those changes and adapt with the ever-changing environment. And so the department believed it would be best to leave it as a more broader section and to allow it to allow the department more discretion in the forms and policies. And the department also has stated that they will implement and they will work with GGC and the community in developing these policies and provide public notice prior to the effective date of this ordinance. And so that is the remainder. All other requested changes have been added.
Thank you very much for going through that exercise. I think it was important. GGC worked on this with the community for quite a long time, and I have said, and I think Supervisor Hashek agrees, that there may be other changes as we continue with legalization. So this is really just the next steps, as you said, related to the state timelines and being able to move applicants forward. I'm going to go first to Supervisor Hashak.
Well, first of all, I really appreciate staff taking the time to look through these recommendations. You know, we worked with through the General Government Committee with the department and County Counsel's office and stakeholders, and I think that we've come up with a lot of really good ordinance changes in this. And then we received these comments the other day, and so I really appreciate staff working through them yesterday. Spent quite a few hours on it, and I think that you know, there's certainly, you talk about the 3 buckets, and the one bucket, you know, of adopted changes from just yesterday even. So we are listening to what the people are saying, but there's also some items that will need to go back to the General Government Committee. And then there's some that don't seem to be applicable or not in the best, not recommended by staff at this point. So those can be looked at too in the future. But overall, we need to pass this ordinance so that we can, you know, continue on the process of streamlining our ordinance and getting people through. Tomorrow we have a General Government Committee. We're going to have a report from the department, and over half the applicants have been moved through to you know, CCBL at this point. And so it's really a successful program, and really thank you to the staff who are working on this every day. One item that I am concerned about still, and we had discussion in the General Government Committee about, is the need for, you know, the ag report, the crop report, and how do we go about doing that? You know, the proposal here is to do the metric. That was the proposal from the former ag commissioner, acting ag commissioner. And so there's, the cannabis community says that there's quite a few problems with it. It will take a lot of staff time to really get the information out, and it won't be really determinant. And so I'm just wondering if there's such a problem with it, and we need to, I mean, the board has said for the last 5 years that we want, you know, the crop report for cannabis included. But if it's still problematic at this point, maybe the best thing to do is find an alternative, rework it, and just not have cannabis in the crop report this year if that's what, if we aren't going to have reliable information, and it's going to take a lot of staff time and effort to get, and we aren't even going to get reliable information. So that's kind of my, you know, where I'm kind of trying to figure out what to do with it.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Williams and then Supervisor McGordy.
I support leaving cannabis out of the crop report. I think we would all like to see it in there, but we wanted to see it accurately represented. If we know the data is not reliable, we shouldn't mislead the public. That just seems like a no-brainer. Don't publish bad data. And then on the comments, I've read the comments and I've seen the staff response, but I haven't seen the industry response to the response. And I'm worried that the industry knows what they're on the other side of the fence, and they know what it's like to interact with this program. And so as much as we think some of their recommendations don't make sense, what if they actually do from the perspective of the applicant? You know, if you have to take some back to General Government Committee, so be it, but I'd like to see as little iteration as possible. Can we at least get an explanation? Do they agree with our finding? or do they think that we're misunderstanding?
We were going to have that conversation during public expression.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I just want to make sure it happens. And the way I would like to see it happen is not 3 minutes to each speaker, but if industry could come together and have one speaker, so that we don't get a fragmented discussion. Sometimes that's possible.
Thank you. Supervisor McGordy?
Yeah, regarding the crop report, I agree with Supervisor Williams that we want accurate data. And it could be that all we do in the crop report is just say that this is the area licensed under cultivation for cannabis. And it doesn't really reflect an accurate yield, but it does tell you about the size of the industry, which is helpful. I guess there's problems working off of the track and trace system because of where cannabis goes and how it's sold. And it's not like the wine industry where it's real straightforward. Everything that goes to a winery for processing has to be reported to the state. So we know the information is really, really accurate. So that's the only suggestion I have would be just this is area licensed under cultivation. It doesn't tell you anything about yield, but it shows you that there is an industry there and that it does have square footage, and it gives you some sense of size and scale, along maybe with the number of growers. So that would be my suggestion, because we do want to capture the existence of the cannabis industry in Mendocino County, even if we can't place an accurate value on the crop.
So I would just say that I also think that if getting accurate information for the crop report is not going to happen this year or even maybe in the next several years, I'm not interested in wasting valuable staff time. I think that for me, the importance of destigmatizing the industry and showing their value to the community by including cannabis in the crop report is still a value that I hold. But if the metric data is not going to get us there, then certainly I'm sure that the cannabis department staff and the ag staff can continue to work on options to try to get accurate information. Supervisor Hashak, did you have something?
Well, it just seems that if we have agreement that we will not use that metric for the crop report, then that will probably cut down on some of the public comment. So.
Supervisor Jurdy? You have no, okay. It seems as though there's not support for using the metric data for the crop report at this time. Okay, I would like to open it up for public comment in the room first, please.
Good afternoon, Hannah Nelson. First, I want to say that I'm really, really pleased that we're at this juncture. I genuinely appreciate all of the effort that's been put in by staff, by the board, by committees, by stakeholders. It's a huge difference that we're at this juncture and really making improvements, and as Supervisor Hashak just said, where people are getting through and we continue to improve so that it's more efficient for staff, more efficient for cultivators. So I definitely want to make sure that that context is understood. With that said, I do feel strongly about some of the suggested changes, and I really do appreciate going through the green line version that I provided so that each item could be understood. I've boiled down and I went through in the break the differences between what was initially published and then what was published today that then I had to compare quickly. And I've limited the areas that I want to talk about to 5 things. A few of those items then will affect others' subdivisions, but basically 5 topics. The first one is the track and trace, and so if that is being stricken and we have confirmation of that, then I don't need to discuss it. It was not clear to me that that was going to be happening earlier, so I appreciate that. And I want to say that I know I have been advocating for cannabis to be in the crop report for more than 30 years, and I will do everything in my power, and I know that MCA is interested in doing everything it can to help coordinate with the Agricultural Commission and Department to get as much participation as possible and to help demystify and dispel the myth that somehow it's a bad idea to answer that. And I'm going to offer a free workshop by a lawyer to ease people's mind, saying, hey, no, it's okay to answer this, because I really do firmly believe that we should have good data. With that said, it needs to be anonymous, and it needs to be the correct category. So I hope that this matter is referred back to the General Government Committee, or even more formally, that the board directs the Agricultural Department and staff to work with stakeholders to come up with appropriate questionnaires, and we'll do what we can. So I just wanted to say that. On a few other issues, with respect to the issue of including, I think that maybe some of what I wrote might have been misunderstood when staff and supervisors were going through it. The correction on the definition for outdoor to say in canopy areas is not trying to say that people can use immature plants where they shouldn't. It's not that they would encourage the use of artificial lights where it shouldn't be, or anything of the sort. It literally is in line with the state definition. Currently, under state law, outdoor cultivation now includes the use of light deprivation, or I should say, not using artificial lights in canopy areas. So immature plant areas are not part of the prohibition of artificial lighting. Of course, there's other rules with respect to no light emission and, covering it and whatever. But that, if we are trying to align, and that was the original intent, align with the state definition, then the proper way to do that is to make sure that it's clear, whether in another section of the ordinance or in the definitions, that what is being referred to is no artificial lights in the canopy area. So that's why that was recommended, is explicitly to align with the state definition. If staff believes that no clarification is needed, and that instead it is absolutely inherent that that's what that means, that it's already limited to canopy areas where no artificial lights can be used, no problem. I just want that on the record as an intent that's understood. The kind of a similar thing with the nursery definition, the R&D thing, and I appreciate that it will go back to the General Government Committee, and I'm happy to discuss it further, but just so you know, it's because the state nursery license is defined as either producing immature plants or flowering plants, and the flowering plants could be for one of two purposes. One is for seed production, and the other is for R&D. If it's for R&D, there's no way you're allowed to sell it, and our ordinance does make that clear. So all I was doing was proposing language to match what the state actually does in terms of the nursery. With respect to the issues, I think it's on page 12, F1, regarding the generators, and there's two separate issues here, as Deputy County Counsel Schwass had indicated. One is having to do with noise, and my suggestion was simply to say, look, let's not talk about what methodology we prove compliance with DE 101 and DE 103, which are the general plan's noise requirements. let's leave that up to code enforcement and maybe MCD inspectors or whatever as to the methodology of proving that you are in compliance. We have never had an acoustical engineer in Mendocino County. No one has ever required an acoustical engineer report. The proposed changes presented by staff add other methodologies, because we talked about this at the GGC, that in fact maybe handheld devices, as Mr. Burks had actually commented in the past, that are available at code enforcement. He's now, I know, not that job. But that, you know, code enforcement can use handheld noise detection devices or decibel readers or whatever. There's apps, there's calculations, there's all kinds of stuff. So the suggestion was to not get rid of the requirement itself, to adhere to what is in the MND. And I double checked the MND, and it literally just requires adherence to DE 101 and DE 103. So there would be no additional environmental impact resulting from this change, to make a common sense, instead of we're using a specific list that could change over time. Kind of the same logic that County Council just used as to why not to have a set list of modification levels and whether it's significant or less than significant. Same logic applies to this. Why have a static list in an ordinance? Have it pursuant to policy about what meets those items. The other aspect of the generator component had to do with the 4-year, 2-year thing. And perhaps I'm wrong and I misread or misunderstood in the way I read what is being proposed, but I understood, and if I'm wrong, please correct me, that the intent was to move the time by which people had to switch to 100% non-generator as the primary source was going to be 4 years from the application date. That's what's new in this version is, I'm sorry, not the application date, the issuance date. Makes total sense. There was another provision as part, always from the history of the ordinance, that said, well, 2 years in, you have to have at least 50%, and then by 4 years, you have to have 100%. The way I read the proposed ordinance kind of jumbles that up and says, okay, 4 years, you have to at least, well, anyway, I just want to point out that my recommendation was just merely in trying to clarify the fact that somebody who has been given a compliance plan to finish the conversion to 100%, to me, it reads confusingly about whether they have an additional 2 years. If they've been given 4 years to get to the 50%, then shouldn't they be given the other 2 years to 100%? If you want them to have 4 years max, no problem. I'm just talking about the wording and making it understandable that the 50% is one part and then to 100% is another. Regarding on page 16, under the assignments, and I really appreciate the changes that are being recommended with respect to reassigning applications. It makes a lot of sense. The proof of prior issue, again, what I'm suggesting is that there was no way conceivable at this juncture that anybody could have gotten to this point without, in phase 1, because phase 1 is the only one that has proof of prior, that could have a valid embossed receipt or a CCBL issued without already having proved proof of prior, or if it's a relocation, the proof of prior somewhere else and then the relocation. So to now, 7 going on, 8 years now, to go back and once again make people who are reassigning relitigate the original person's proof of prior when we've already not kicked that place out, and they've already proved it, to me is incredibly foolish, because I suspect you would, if any person didn't have their proof anymore and they gave it to the county has lost those records 7.5 years later, almost 8 years later. Who do you think that they would just accept that instead of suing the county? I mean, it just seems silly to go through this again. And at one point, I believe it was this configuration of this board said, we don't want to relitigate the proof of prior. Yes, we want to make sure that nobody was able to cultivate who didn't, in phase one, who didn't prove that properly, for sure. But at this point, to start all over again is insane. And then finally, well, actually, let me just see. I think that the last item that I'm going to mention here is on page 22 with respect to denials, the inclusion of the notice of application stay, which is what I was suggesting be inserted in the list of things of, hey, you're going to be denied for these reasons, but if you do a compliance plan, and then I'm suggesting, or the notice of application stay, then, okay, you can do those things and you can continue. The notice of application stay, if you go back to whatever section that's actually in, is to prevent denials. So it kind of makes sense to add it to the list of things of how you prevent yourself from actually being denied is immediately a compliance plan or filing the notice of application stay. It was not my intent to in any way compromise the need for or adherence to a compliance plan. But a compliance plan is only issued if you're not denied. So it's you're in and you're subject to the compliance plan. If you're about to be denied, then, okay, you could either do the compliance plan or under the notice of application stay provision, it says, or you could file a notice of application stay and immediately correct the things or your application or whatever is wrong. So it just kind of makes sense. It was in no way intended to compromise the compliance plan, and I don't believe that it does. And I'm going to limit, there's other small things, but I'm going to limit my comment to those issues, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Supervisor Williams, do you have questions?
Yeah, not a question for the speaker, but a question for the GGC committee members. Is this new information, or have you already heard it and you disagree with it? I'm trying to put the pieces together, and I've gone back to watch those meetings, but there's a big gap here for me. First of all, this is really complex. I wouldn't call this streamlining, but I'm trying to wrap my head around all the changes and the additional changes that are requested and why we're refusing those. What's your meta-analysis on where we're at? Are we rejecting these additional changes for good reason, or are we just not ready for review and a vote?
Well, I'll let Supervisor Hashek share his thoughts, and then I'll go.
Well, my meta is that we have had long discussions in the GGC about the ordinance changes, that some of this was new information, some were ongoing concerns, but I feel comfortable with staff's interpretation and what they've done with it and trying to incorporate as much as they can. So that's where I'm coming from. And I think that, like Chair Mulherin said, you know, some of these issues can be returned to the GGC to consider, and this is not the last time we're ever going to deal with ordinance.
And John, the specific 5 or so that Hannah Nelson brought up, are those in dispute?
Well,
is she wrong?
I wouldn't say they're in dispute, but certainly I'd like to hear from County Counsel's office, Mr. Swast, about what his take on those considerations are.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. So first to discuss the proof of prior, the not requesting the relitigation of proof of prior cultivation. the department staff understand that a lot of those records are gone. But as I mentioned before, proof of prior, the embossed receipt is proof of prior cultivation, valid proof of prior cultivation, because someone who has an embossed receipt has already been approved of prior cultivation. So just adding embossed receipt actually unnecessarily narrows what would be allowed under proof of prior cultivation as written. And then for the...
So if I have that correct, then you can use the embossed receipt as your proof of prior, or you can have some proof of prior, right?
Correct. So if an individual may have lost their embossed receipt for some reason, may have lost it, but has some sort of record of the department proving it or anything else, the department can, under the proposed language, can utilize that other evidence as valid proof of prior cultivation. But unnecessarily narrowing it down to embossed receipt, if that is codified, they could not move forward if that individual does not have embossed receipt.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah,
And just from my perspective, being a member of the GGC, I think we did have very productive meetings. Certainly, as time goes on, as I mentioned, things will come up. One outstanding question for me is the generator, and I just want to be very clear, Mr. Schwash. So you would not need an acoustical engineer if there is an alternative list that you could provide proof that your generator meets compliance?
Correct. So the code language states that give me 1 second. I'll share my screen real fast. So if a generator being used, the conditions set forth, the CC bill holder shall have conducted an analysis of the noise levels produced by the generator at full operational speed, showing compliance with the general policies. This analysis shall be performed by a accredited acoustical engineer or using some other mechanism or device as provided for on a list of prepared and published by the department. And as I indicated earlier, the department is going to move forward. I don't believe they have published a list, but they have been referring people to a specific device and mechanism. They will move forward with, so it isn't necessary, it's not necessary to have an accredited acoustical engineer currently. And as I mentioned, a change to this would require further environmental review and potentially a new EIR. We'd have to look at now, give that further analysis, how much more of an environmental review that would require to make this change.
For me, I think as it's written, that there's alternatives to the acoustical engineer, and that expense is what we were looking for, and I see that, so I'm okay with moving forward with that one. Supervisor Williams?
Yeah, I was going to suggest that maybe I'm fine with some recommended devices, but maybe we could pick a standard. I think NIST has one, ANSI has one, and there's a lot of devices that conform and are already tested. I mean, people can buy one on Amazon and find out their decibel rating at a known distance.
If I may, through the chair. Yeah. And yes, the department is willing to look at alternatives, and all they need to do is add it to a list of allowable devices.
Okay, I think I'm comfortable with that. That sounds like flexibility.
Okay. Do you have any additional questions? We
Were there
still
any
have public comment. Both.
Were there any other points that Hannah Nelson brought up that we haven't answered? The denial. Yeah, the 2-year, 4-year on the generator ambiguity.
If I may, through the chair.
Please do.
As I mentioned, I agreed with that change, and I reinserted the 4-year.
Okay, 4 years. And the other question?
The denial process.
Denial.
Yeah, if I may, through the chair, the denial regarding the notice of application stay, that status is not recognized by the DCC, and the notice of application stay is not going to be further implemented. And adding this change, there's no unnecessary to add that change, and to go along with the other points that I previously raised.
So through the chair, can we make sure industry agrees?
Well, respectfully, Supervisor Williams, industry may not always agree. So I'm happy to hear Ms. Nelson's comments about whether or not it's allowed by the DCC, but
I don't mean if they agree with the proposal. If they have any contradictory information, I hear two different stories, and I don't know what to support.
Ms. Nelson?
Yeah, thank you very much. Notice of application was a creature locally. This is the very first I'm hearing that there's an intent to suspend it. It was a vehicle that was being used so that whether it's for medical reasons, any other reasons, rather than continuing on with your application but not cultivating, like fallowing, instead, you couldn't even continue on with your application. You just needed to halt. Part of it was a device to prevent, to go to that status rather than denial. Part of it was also for things like I know somebody with cancer who just has to, rather than withdraw, especially if they're in a phase 1 zoned property and they wouldn't be able to reapply, they have to wait and see what's going to happen with their cancer. They can fallow, but they may not be able to continue on with their application process in that meantime. So this was one of the vehicles by which it would occur. It's shocking to me to hear that that might be being suspended, but it's not a DCC created thing, it's a local thing.
Or, I guess, Deputy County Counsel Schwass, can you elaborate on your point of view on
if
that?
I may, I refer to department level. At this point, they would have more expertise than me in this regard.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Casey Miller, lead planner for Mendocino Cannabis Department. So the notice of application stay, we believe, because of the DCC issuance deadline, everything will be issued. So, and these phase 3s, they are being issued faster than a year. So we don't believe that the notice of application stay will be really a relevant issued status for the DCC to meet the December 31st, 2024 deadline.
Just understanding that the intent that some applicants may have is that they'll continue through the process and not cultivate.
Yes, but we want to be able to get everybody as active to meet the DCC's deadline. So notice of application stay will not appear as active to the DCC.
However, they could continue the process, not file a notice of application, say not cultivate.
Right,
and
yes.
just have zero crop.
And then they could also file for a notice of non-cultivation at that point and not be taxed. And that will also give them a year.
Okay. So I think, I feel like the unfortunate circumstance is really the workshops and the other GGC meetings were really a great place to have this conversation. But Ms. Nelson, do you have an applicant scenario where that wouldn't be accurate?
Yes, I do. The cancer patient that I was just talking about. They are still, first off, I want to clarify, the DCC deadline is the end of the provisional licensing program. That doesn't mean that somebody can't get a state license without going through the provisional program. They can apply directly for an annual. And between my lips and God's ears or whatever, the EIR will be done, and it will actually be easier for somebody to go direct to an annual. But whatever, there is no process by which currently an applicant, there is a process to not cultivate. There is a process to not, and thank you, Casey, very much for pointing that out, for not being taxed if you're not cultivating, whether through fallowing or just not cultivating. There is no process to stop the application train from moving. That's what the notice of application stay was for, and for a cancer patient going through treatment that doesn't want to withdraw to lose their status entirely. knows they can't cultivate in the meantime if they don't have a state license or whatever. But that is an important thing to preserve in that scenario. I'm sure there are other scenarios that I am not aware of, but that's a blatant one.
Mr. Schwartz?
I feel like we may have gotten away from the actual proposed language and the code section because I feel like this conversation has dived into thinking that we're requesting the complete elimination of notice of application stay. Rather, it's just with one section of a denial if there is cultivation of cannabis or the preparation of a cultivation site non-compliant with 10A17 and they don't enter into a compliance plan, then there's a denial. The department did not want to have the inclusion of a notice of application stay, rather wants to, if there is non-compliance on site, rather use the compliance plan as the method of enforcement of compliance, rather than have a notice of application stay, which would allow non-action for an entire year on that site. This is a very limited section area where there is non-compliance on that cultivation site. It's not complete removal of a notice of application stay. That is still an option for applicants.
Thank you. I would like to make sure that the floor is open to additional public comment. I have some callers online, but I'll go first into the room.
Hello, Steve Amato, President of the MCA. I'll make this brief quickly since Hannah Nelson all that great time. That we support everything that Hannah Nelson has proposed, and we also support the deleting of the language of accommodation and prohibition zones, or at the very least, trying to incorporate a moratorium, as we mentioned earlier on item 4E. And we'd like to thank staff and everyone for really working together. And I mean, this is a great collaboration. This is a lot different than things were done years past when it came to these ordinance revisions and changes. So this is a real positive move forward, and I feel like we can keep working in this direction. We can really get a really good legislation done. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there additional comments in the room?
Corinne Powell, I'm a cultivator, and I also am echoing the remarks of Hannah and Steve and their stalwart and seemingly indefatigable ability to keep pushing what is right for the program as it's unfolding for those of us on the ground. And when I hear references from supervisors that the committee worked on something for a year or more, and I'm standing here thinking this is my potentially 10th season under the regulations of this county trying to make a business. It is harder and harder every day. I continue to hear, particularly from the county counsel's office, all the reasons why things can't be. And it boggles the mind that there is still an attitude, with all the work to make it go, that there's still an attitude that the cultivators are going to try to scam the system, and it's a crushing, continuous litany. So I would like this board in particular to please remember that we're trying to get to yes on things that are good for the county's industry. We're not like every other county. We're not like everything that the state allows. I'm not going to go into that now. But as this board sits here in January, there is a statistical possibility that there will only be one remaining supervisor at the end of this year sitting on these issues. So I'm asking you to be open-minded and to be listening to the community, as I've always asked you to do, for the the recommendations brought forward that will work for the industry. And I think they can be considered without the overtone of, oh, no, no, somebody's going to take advantage of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else in the room come forward, I'd like to go online first to Paul Hansberry, then David A., and then phone number ending in 8120.
Hi, this is Paul Hansberry, Lovingly and Legally. I think that the public comment so far has been, I'd like to echo all of that, particularly to reiterate about the accommodation zones. There seems to be no reason why we shouldn't be able to do something. I think that that's something that MCA could help to put draft together rather than the $15,000. But that's just my opinion. But at the very least, as Steve has suggested, putting a moratorium on any sort of movement on provisions, because it is a waste of time and it has been proven on a couple of occasions to be frivolous. As far as the ag report, applause to the supervisors for having the common sense to listen and to understand that the metric is not going to, you'd be very disappointed in anything that you got from them. If you want to put cannabis in the crop report, make it a crop. Let's see. Oh, as far as the following, they said that they didn't want to put it into the ordinance because it's in the tax. It seems to me that there's a state SB 833 that would allow for fallowing and also an inactive license that's going to be put in, and the DCC is going to have emergency regulations on it. So it's something that should be put into the ordinance, I would think, as far as having an inactive license, but still a valid license. So those sorts of things I think should be, addressed, and but especially the accommodation zones. I think that no action on that and leaving it the way it is a big mistake for the county and for the industry. Thank you.
Thank you. David A.
Thanks, Chair. I see that there is significant tension between the way the state and the county treat the cannabis cultivation and professional cannabis industry people, the way they are treated and what you want from them in return. For example, with the crop report and the ag data that you want, what I see is that you want to be able to act like you're treating cannabis as an agricultural product without any of the encumbrances that land use entitlement would come with actually being agriculture. And I understand there are state rules that make cannabis not an actual crop, but a project, and permitting goes on from there. But it creates tension and problematic relationship between different departments and the county on a whole and the cannabis community. And I think that the county needs to recognize that, and the board needs to recognize that the professional cannabis people are being asked to do a tremendous amount for actually very little in return. It's almost a one-way street oftentimes. And while you still have this cannabis prohibition overlay on the books that you refuse to rescind, even though it has been proven time and time again to be arbitrarily applied, irrationally justified. These are the kinds of things that get in the way of people actually just wanting to do their business and be professional about it. And the relationship has to be reciprocal and it has to be fair. And so I think one of the places where you can really think about it is on this crop report. Why is it that you want the benefits that a good crop report would allow you to say, hey, look at all the money that is generated from cannabis tax, and look at the amount of volume that our cannabis people produce. But then you don't actually treat them as agricultural people on the books. There's a lot of tension there that I think needs to be continually looked at, and the process of streamlining needs to continue, and it has really only just begun. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Caller ending in 8120.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for taking the time to take our comments so late in the day. As we continue to streamline and make the program better and better, the sad reality is that our experience has been that this globally respected region has kind of become the laughingstock of the state. And the many, many farmers who are following this year, almost all of them are doing it out of financial necessity. So please remember that in terms of added fees and things like that, bankrupting us now, those of us who remain, is not going to help us in the long run. There's something that I think will help, and I don't think it's going to cost a lot of money, if any money, and that is what previous speakers have alluded to, Senate Bill 833, allowing for an inactive status, but not jeopardizing the license, allowing us to have a temporary pass on fees and taxes if we're not growing any cannabis plants. It would go a long way to ensuring that our Mendocino heritage and small communities survive. So thank you very much, and unqualified support for Hannah Nelson's comments, Steve Amato's comments, and for all the good work that you all are doing now. Thank you very much.
Could I get you to state your name for the record, please?
Yes, sorry, Susan Tibbin, lovingly and legally. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no other callers online. Do I have anybody else in the room that wishes to make comment? I will bring it back to the board. Oh, Deputy County Counsel Scott?
Excuse me, thank you. Just one quick correction. This is a minor correction in the draft or in the ordinance. The section 10, the final section of the ordinance, was just a section from an urgency ordinance. This is not an urgency ordinance. We can simply strike that, and when we republish, it does not require, this ordinance amendment does not require a 4/5 vote.
Thank you. Supervisor Williams and then Supervisor Hashak.
I'd like to move the recommended action of approval, and also send the additional comments back to the General Government Committee on a referral.
Okay.
I'll second that, but I just want to make sure that we're deleting that metric section.
Yes.
Okay. And just a comment is, it's interesting with this, the conversation we've had is that now we're talking about whether fallowing should be in the ordinance or in tax code. And when we're having that debate, it just shows how far we've moved this program. Because it's not whether we should have a fallowing program, it's not the work that's required to do it, it's really, that we've done it. And it's just now what to do with it.
And John, I think you're a big part of that. The General Government Committee, in collaboration with industry and county staff, has really made this a success. From what looked like, a couple of years ago, it's headed to a total failure. So I want to thank the committee for turning that around, and look forward to your next iteration.
Thank you. Supervisor McGordy?
Just congratulations to you, Supervisor Williams, because I know that you played a big part too of talking with the state and trying to move some of the blockades that we had with the environmental documents. And when I think about where we were a year ago and I think about where we are today, we did make a lot of progress, and probably cost more than $15,000, but it was 9 months. And
funny you should mention, as we were reviewing this, I was thinking about if deleting an ordinance is $15,000, this is like 2 orders of magnitude more expensive in theory.
So things do change, and they do happen incrementally, and I think every single person on this board has had a role to play in this at some point, some more than others, but you know, it really has been a team effort to try to put together an industry that makes sense, and one that is certainly part of the cultural fabric of Mendocino County, whether you like it or not. I would make one comment on the cannabis prohibition zone. Since I have a rather strong one in my district, I would not be in favor of eliminating it because people feel very passionately about that, just as people who grow feel very passionately about it. And I think we might review future ones, but I would kind of let the ones that exist stand.
And we should also thank county staff for going above and beyond to get us here. You're appreciated.
Thank you. I do think that we're ready to move forward with a vote, and we know that there's still more work to do, but we really have come a long way. Roll call, please.
Supervisor McCourty?
Yes.
Chair Mulhern?
Yes.
Supervisor Williams?
Yes.
Supervisor Jurdy?
Yes.
Supervisor Hashak?
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. I would like to move on to the CEO report.
Thank you, Chair Mulhern. I'd just like to point out a few things, brief to save time. In this report, we asked for data-driven insights into day-to-day operations and asked the departments to share some success stories. This report does refer to many trainings. To the point earlier today, the county and the departments are investing in staff development. Environmental health has an example of data that's being asked for in order to improve customer service and identify problems. Use of laptops in the fields for customer service and efficiencies and for filing timely. The Executive Office for the calendar year of 2023 executed over 2,200 contracts and amendments and provided over 15 individual and group trainings across the county. There's some health benefit information on page 3. This is information for staff to report when they're filing for their income tax. The wellness incentive programs, very exciting. We had over 459 employees working in that or participating in the incentive program in 2023. And the workforce development program, 538 training seats were filled and 109 different trainings across the county just in a 6-month period. One thing I'm very excited about tomorrow is we're starting the Leadership Development Initiative. Again, leadership at all levels. This particular training tomorrow is for managers. The UC Extension, this is the first time we've received a report from this office. We're very excited to have it, and it really highlights the partnership between UC Extension and the County of Mendocino. Behavioral health and recovery implemented 7 youth prevention groups focused on empowerment and prevention in 2023. Implemented 2 Spanish-speaking substance misuse and treatment groups. Started 3 evening SUDT groups for working individuals. Opened 2 mental health wellness centers, Willits and Ukiah. Environmental health, again, reflecting on the great value that they are contributing to the community. The customer service protection team conducted over 897 routine inspections in the year of 2023, 45 pre-opening and reopening inspections. The hazmat program completed 750 comprehensive inspections. The library has started a
lunch at the library for the children in the summer, reflecting on 1 in 6 children who qualify for free or reduced lunches. So this helps through the summer months. In 2023, 2 branches participated. In 2024, 5 branches are participating this summer. Please join the museum. Behind the Scene Tour series contributes to a safe and healthy community by providing access to a variety of museum collections that are not currently on display. This unique tour brings together diverse community members and encourages connection and discussion about the Mendocino County history. Public health. During the pandemic, some departments just continue providing great service, such as health emergency preparedness, the county adolescent health team, communicable disease and immunizations. They continue to carry out their responsibilities, and their data and metrics are provided. Social services, we want to give a shout out and appreciation for the good work that the deputies have been doing and sharing their trends and analysis moving forward. We are working with them to help tell the story of all the wonderful services that social services provides throughout the county. The Executive Office Grants Unit, mentioned earlier today, for $118 million were applied for in 2023. And again, continuing to develop that team. General Services Agency has continued to do more training. So I think going through this, you'll find more data, more reports that are coming along. We are missing a few departments in this month's report. I do believe that's due to holidays and time out, and plus we've had various individuals out sick, but do appreciate it. I think we're getting very, very close to a good report for the board and the community to understand where we are with our metrics.
Supervisor Williams?
I would agree with all of that. Is it possible to get an update in a future CEO report on the telematics so we can optimize the vehicle fleet?
It's in the General Services report in the CU.
It's not highlighting that we're headed towards completion.
Yes, off the top of my head, I did get that report verbally last week. I will send it out.
Next time.
I don't have, okay, thanks.
Any other questions from supervisors about the CEO report? I just wanted to highlight a couple of things. We have not had a reduction in fuel and energy consumption, and the way that it's reported now is not giving us enough information as to which departments are not reducing fuel and energy consumption. So I'm going to continue to bring that up every single month until we get a report that shows us the reduction. This board was promised a budget savings of $500,000 to $700,000, and we certainly need that in this time. So without seeing any changes, it's very alarming to me that we're already halfway through the year without seeing those reductions. I did want to highlight and thank you for calling out the report from public health and the work that is being done despite some comments that are being made out in public health. And our team over there are doing a really good job of completing their workload. And unfortunately, I also want to call out and appreciate very much the employees that have responded to the Human Resources Survey. This board knows that we have a long way to go to boost morale for our employees. And, I constantly just think about how can we really show our employees that we value and respect them. And so I do appreciate everybody that responded to the survey so that we can continue to work on improvement. Supervisor Jardy?
Yeah, I was speaking to an employee in one of the departments, and I could talk to the CEO afterwards about which department that was, but they pointed out that although they had wanted hybrids, recently they were sent some 2 or 3 vehicles that weren't hybrids, and they didn't know why. That's what General Services sent them, and that wasn't what they wanted. So part of reducing the vehicle fleet mileage or fuel consumption is buying simple hybrids rather than buying simply internal combustion engines. So if General Services is failing to buy hybrids, that's preventing us from achieving our goals. That's a comment.
Thank you for this comment. Supervisor Williams?
no better place to throw it out. The Ag Department had a hemp pilot program the board authorized for 2 years. We're a little bit past that 2-year point now. I have some community members asking what happened. Was it a success? What are next steps? I wonder if the Ag Department could agendize a brief update at some point or put it in the CEO report.
Thank you. Supervisor McGordy?
So I was on the ad hoc that worked on that, and I think the answer is that there just wasn't a lot of interest. So I know that there was at least one grower that was looking at medicinal use of hemp, but it sort of failed to fly. And I don't think we had many applicants to the program.
Thank you. At this point, I'd like to open it up to public comment or questions or comments on the CEO report. And not seeing anyone come forward in the room and not seeing any hands online, no board members' pins, we will accept the report and move on. We do not have a legislative platform for item 4H that will be heard tomorrow at the General Government Committee. If community members wish to add something to the legislative platform, the draft is posted online, and certainly please do tune in to the General Government Committee meeting. Moving on to item 4I, Supervisors Reports regarding board special assignments, standing and ad hoc committee meetings, and other items of general interest. I will just move through the panel, starting with Supervisor Jardy.
Supervisor McGordy and I were here in Ukiah on Friday for the North Coast Research Partnership meeting. We are going to be getting some PDFs of the PowerPoints, and once we get that, we'll distribute that to the rest of the group. But there are some grants coming up from the North Coast Research Partnership for nonprofits and other government agencies in Mendocino County, so we want to make sure we get the information out.
Supervisor Hashek?
Well, the big news is that February 5th will be Edie Cicerelli's 116th birthday, the oldest person in the United States, second oldest in the world. And there'll be a big celebration in Willits on the 4th at 1 o'clock, big birthday party for her. And so there'll be a proclamation on the next board agenda, but I hope to serve it to her on the 4th. Okay. I've had a couple meetings about the Veteran Service Office, and certainly we've received a lot of communication about that. We had some comments this morning, and the staff is working to implement a lot of the changes that were requested. And so there's going to be parking dedicated for Purple Heart and also veterans. The doors are being changed. The receptionist area has been remodeled. We're looking at adding an extra room, which will provide about double the space of the other office spaces. And I talked to Stephen White this morning. He's contacted the museum in Willits to see what kind of memorabilia or realia there are that we can use to decorate the area. And so a lot of the change, we met with staff the other day on Thursday, Supervisor McGordy and myself, and we're pleased with what is going on about, progress being made. We will have a meeting probably within a month with veterans to make sure that the changes we're making are ongoing and what they really want out of that space. The gas station ad hoc had a meeting and with environmental health and also county councils. We're looking at 7 sites in the county that are single wall tanks. And so those are the ones that are most problematic and at risk of leaking. And they have to all be taken care of, like removed by January 1st of 2026. And so we've had some good discussions with how to make that happen and some of the carrots and sticks involved in enforcing that. And so we're going to have another meeting, I think in March, and then bring something to the board. Okay, let's see. And then I had a meeting with Caltrans and Howard DeShiel about opportunities for Caltrans to fund some of the off-highway county roads. And so some of the maintenance or, just, we had a discussion about different grants that were available, and I think it was a good discussion. And then lastly, what happened this morning with the public expression, I was just kind of surprised at. I understand that there's a need of not having the back and forth, but at the same time, I do think that when people come for public expression, they have some kind, made the effort to make that comment, and a lot of times they do want some kind of recognition from the board. They don't want to have to wait until 4:58 or whatever it is to get a comment. So I really I don't see it in our rules of procedure that we cannot have any kind of interaction with the public. So I guess I think that the public deserves some kind of recognition or some kind of dialogue, not ongoing, but I would like to see what the board thinks about that, because we certainly heard comments this morning, what Supervisor Jurdy said about the animal care services and those comments. And so I would just like to make sure that the board is on track with, because I think that if we don't comment to people who make these comments, then I think we're doing a disservice to them, and it will come back to reflect negatively on us.
Thank you. I think that I hear your point. I also hear Supervisor Jurdy's point. When we have people that are coming to public expression, not everybody gets a response. And so when one person gets a response and others don't, there's also an interesting dynamic that happens in that way. So I think that as we move forward and try to figure out how we can have brief comments, I think some supervisors may be interested in certain things and not others, and that can be challenging as a member of the public to have one member engaged by the supervisors and other members not. So it's really a matter of fairness if items are brought forward as agenda items or brought up later, but we'll continue to work through that. I'm happy to continue to adjust that process. Supervisor McGordy, do you have a supervisor report?
So also worked with Supervisor Jurdy to bring in the North Coast Resource Partnership here, and it's an example again of how meetings like this are really nice for our economy. So probably, I don't know, 50 to 60 people, probably a little bump of $20,000-$25,000 into Ukiah in one day. And these regional events are something we're set up well to do, and I'm glad that we have some level of support from the city of Ukiah and Visit Mendocino to make these events successful. And speaking of which, we have a steering committee working on a biofuel symposium for May 2nd and 3rd here in Mendocino County, probably going to be held at Hopland Research and Extension Center. It's a collaborative effort between the Sonoma-Mendocino Economic Development District, the Mendocino County Economic Development, University of California Ag Natural Resources, and the idea is to take a look at sort of the big picture of what happens with our forests now that we have climate changes upon us, and we know that we need to thin forests and otherwise manage them in a way that's different, where they're not just left to become senescent and have trees die off. And look at the possibility, is there an economic opportunity here to use biofuels? And I think that there are. So biofuels range everything from syngas, which is produced by pyrolysis, all the way to hydrogen. And there are local interested parties in this, and we think this could be a wave of the future, so we want to have an opportunity to discuss it in some depth, because there's a lot of talk, but it's really hard to find people who are really actively engaged in this. So I've invited Wade Crowfoot from the state of California to address the group, which he's tentatively agreed, assuming that he can find time. And I expect it to be a very interesting event. Going back to the Veteran Service Office, I also want to recognize Janine Miller as being someone who has really been helpful in trying to work through this, because she, you know, the public health building where they are setting up shop is her responsibility, and I think she's done a really, really good job of trying to accommodate the vets and make it a welcoming place that's also efficient for the vets to come and fill out their paperwork easily and hassle-free, and that's the main goal, is that they get the services and information they need from service records and such. So thank her for her efforts. At the RCRC meeting that I went to last week, the Rural County Representatives of California, one of the things that came up that I thought was interesting is AT&T and copper wire, and about how they're trying to get out of providing phone service anymore via copper. And there was a discussion from Tracy Ryan, who addresses these issues, and they're in front of the California Public Utilities Commission, basically saying that if there's any other kind of service available for communications like cell, that they be allowed to drop their copper wire landlines. And it's a big concern for us here in Mendocino County, because there's still many, many places that won't have cell towers or any other kind of communications anytime soon. So I made sure that we're on the list of counties that are concerned that AT&T stay in the copper wire communications business, at least in our remote parts of our county. And there's other counties that share our concern as well. Lastly, on public expression, I appreciate that Supervisor Mulheron wants to keep the meeting moving, because we can get bogged down in public expression, when it goes after 10 o'clock and we're still in public expression, which happens sometimes. We feel like we're not making progress, but I think it's also important sometimes to acknowledge people as who come. Trying to find a balance of fairness is a big issue, and I appreciate that too, and I suppose it's something that we need to work on and come up with good policies. So, but I'm in favor of allowing a board member, especially if someone has something really interesting and compelling to share with us, that we were able to, have a quick interrogation or exchange to find out what the issue is and how we can find out more information. It shouldn't be lengthy, but there should be an opportunity. Thank you.
I think there's a lot of pressure on the chair to keep the efficiency of the meeting, but also let everybody speak and be fair. And I think you're starting off on a good foot. I'm with my colleagues on people drive really far to get here, and I don't think we should have a policy that we don't respond. We can't turn it into an agenda item, but sometimes what they're asking deserves a response, and that we have the answer, we know it. Rather than wait until after the meeting, it makes sense just to explain. People are watching, and I think we got, I don't think the public looks favorably when we hear the public comment and we don't respond. If we need a policy of no member of the public left without a comment, I'd be happy to be the catch-all to respond. And further, democracy is messy, and as much as we want our meetings to be efficient, I think a lot of the discussions that we have that seem like they're going nowhere, that sometimes take much longer, are valuable, and it is steering policy in the long term. And today we talked about the reality that we can't get anything done, that we're broke, and we don't even have the staff resources to delete part of an ordinance. If we don't have that discussion, we're never going to solve the problem. The first step in solving it is to identify the problem, and I think we do that together. On AT&T, I've been tracking this for a long time. We may be at a point where we need an agenda item for an urgency ordinance to allow cell towers to be installed. much quicker than what we've had historically. Historically, it's taken sometimes 5 years, and they don't know if they're going to get a thumbs up or thumbs down. The CPUC might say no, they can't deprecate copper wire. But zoom out and look at the big picture in Mendocino County. They haven't been maintaining this infrastructure. I have constituents in large numbers, sometimes the hundreds in the winter, who can't get a response from AT&T. Weeks go by, sometimes 6 weeks before they can get somebody on site. It looks like the method of repair is giving somebody else that bad copper line, just and hoping they don't complain, right? Because I get a call from somebody else as one's fixed that another now has that problem. There's Paragains, multiplexers with batteries that are failing. This infrastructure hasn't been maintained for decades. And so the idea of the CPUC forcing AT&T may be unrealistic at this point. I think they could force them if they wanted to do business in some parts of the state or a different type of business. They could say, you're going to maintain the infrastructure in Mendocino County or else. I don't know what that or else is at this point, given it appears they want to exit the entire state. So the county's best move for public safety may be to accelerate the deployment of cell infrastructure. And I'd be happy to bring that item back. I don't want to fight anyone on it. I'm just saying the reality that we may have communities with very questionable service in the near future.
Thank you. I submitted my report in writing to the agenda, and I was unable, my fault, to get the January Human Trafficking Awareness Month agenda proclamation onto the agenda for today. It will be on February's agenda, but because January is Human Trafficking Awareness Month, in lieu of a supervisor's report, besides the one I submitted in writing, I did want to read. Whereas the United States was founded upon the principle that all people are created with the inalienable right of freedom, and added the 13th Amendment to the Constitution, making slavery illegal. And whereas slavery within the United States today is most often found in the form of human trafficking, which weakens our social fabric, increases violence and organized crime, and debases our humanity. And whereas victims of human trafficking are typically forced to work in various forms of labor exploitation, including but not limited to commercial sex acts, drug processing and distribution, and other services induced through force, fraud, or coercion. And whereas due to its isolating nature, many individuals locally and across the globe are unaware that trafficking exists in Mendocino County and neighboring counties. And whereas it is estimated that more than 20 million men, women, and children around the world are victims of a human trafficking. And whereas Seroptimus International, Founder Region, and all Seroptimus in Mendocino County are working to abolish human trafficking through education and advocacy and collaboration. This item will be heard officially on consent calendar in February, but I did want to raise awareness that January is Human Trafficking Awareness Month. I attended on Friday a meeting that Senator McGuire presented regarding Care Court for our region and the impact that it might have. I think collaborating with our neighboring counties is going to be paramount to try to figure out how we make that work for us. And of course, working with not only our mental health professionals, but law enforcement in the community to understand whose roles and responsibilities are what, and where we'll be able to actually go with Care Court is going to be something that we hope to highlight in the next few months here. Are there any members of the public that wish to comment on supervisors' reports?
Hi, Carrie Shattuck. As someone that's attended numerous meetings for several years, I think it is important for the board to address the public. Even if not everyone is addressed for different reasons, I think it shows that the board's engaged and listening. And I think that's really important. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any hands raised online. So with that, we can adjourn the meeting.